Fucking hell, we're streaming again. Hello, hello. Let's just go announce real quick. Hey. Cool. All sent out. Right. What we got to do right now is we've got to finish the underbody, which is going to be pretty simple. I've got to do the rear bumper backing, and that's about it. Hello, hello. Let's get a little bit of music in here. Could be forgetting in the chat.
Sometimes
Oh, that's with Discord as well. Fuck. There we go. A little bit lower. There we go. Alright, next bit. The actual bumper backing. Fucking that's good to do with the mesh. I mean that's fair. That's a good thing. Honestly, bugs get through all the time because we've done a proper bug testers, which does mean that like the consumers do kind of become bug testers, which isn't great. Yeah, if you're able to find them, then that's good. I'm fucking tired today. Starting off strong. I haven't had my 250 milligrams of caffeine this morning, so usually I have enough caffeine to kill a dinosaur in the morning, but we gotta cut down on it, you know. Yeah, you know, I've been seeing those. But yeah, they probably won't listen to you. Or at least I'm not expecting them to. If they do, then that's good. They're achieving a higher expectation than what I would expect of them. That's the wrong bit anyway. Fuck's sake. There we go. This is looking so. I may actually need the caffeine. I might just go grab a coffee. Fuck. I mean, from what I've seen, like L1 is a great place to start. Like, you don't really need much more than that for a server. Or at least that's what I've been told by some of the creators up at Onyx. They only use L1, or they only mandate they only mandate that it's L1 only. I usually just don't worry about LODs. LODs can completely kill my motivation for working on something. So you just don't stress about it. Are you sure that's with the correct vehicles meta? Because there's a way to fix that issue in the vehicles meta. You just set the distances in the vehicles meta to change differently to a normal GTA car. People keep forgetting to do it for some reason, but it's a really simple thing that makes the entire, which is crucial to the L1 process. L1 process. The process. You're not a fan of getting your voice on the internet? No, I know exactly the issue because I've talked to multiple creators about it before. And the issue, which I can show you right here, if I go to the vehicles meta, down here you've got the control for the LOD distances. Now what you have to do is you have to set this one to the normal. Oh, you don't care? Oh, okay. Because that fixes that L1 popping out issue. That's the fix. That is literally what you do to fix the issue that you're having with L1. Get this fucking bar out of here. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, yeah, so everything just needs to be set to 500. So, I mean, this has just got, this is not loaded. So you, in the vehicles meta, scroll down, you've got the LOD distances. Now what a lot of people forget to do is they forget to change the LOD distances. But if you set all of these to 500, other than the first one, then it oh, I didn't go in edit mode. But yeah, you set them to 500, then it stops it from popping out. Yeah, literally. Like that's the fix. That solves all of your issues. I mean, I don't know people who have got LODs that are 30k. My LODs are a lot lower than that, but I try and optimize my models as much as possible. So, yeah. Most of my models like start off at about anywhere between 45 to 70, and then like my scratch made ones. And then I go down to about 10 for the first LOD, or near 10. Don't hold me by that. You don't need stuff like a highly detailed chassis or anything like that when you're looking from that far away. Oh yeah, because you're looking at fucking Gabs cars and they're all made by people who don't know how to optimize properly. Like, they're good looking models, yeah, but yeah, they're not the best. I hate to diss them so much because the team themselves have got such good fucking quality. But yeah, they really fumbled it with that one. that pack.
You say you want love, but keep on trying to push away. You lost all of your treasures when the pressure finished stay. Girl, come take a chance, I'll be here for you like any day. Going to different niggas, hoping you gon' find a change. But you know
Yeah, I mean, from what I heard, they were in an incredible time crunch. Basically, Gabs expects someone to finish an entire scratch-made car in like a couple of days, which just isn't a possibility. I don't know, or like quality-wise, in a possibility. So it's no fault of the team itself. Yeah. I mean, some of those cars were in development from like November, so some of them should have been better. But yeah, pretty much over promised and undelivered. Sadly, that's not the case with people like Gabs, because Gabs have already got an established following, so they don't really need to keep up the quality if the mods or like the livery maps and stuff can keep them afloat. So no, it's the part to really Grulez, really. It's the part to the stream. This is my third part. I hope that was a joke, I really do. Yeah. Oh, hopefully they step their game up for the next pack. Yeah, it's gonna be nice, but they've got like multiple people working on their cars, and I'm just not able to keep up like that. No, it wasn't. It was not Grulez. It was not named the Part 2. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. Yeah, a lot of them started out after me, like Wib. Actually, no, Wib started out pretty much the same time as me, but yeah, man. Yeah, Wib started out at the same time as me. Darius started out a little bit later, but they specialised in making stretch-made cars, whereas I wanted to do as much as possible. I wanted to do everything. I wanted to make the liveries, I wanted to make the body kits, I wanted to make everything that could be made, pretty much. Which is why people say that I'm behind, but I'm not. I knew exactly what I'm fucking doing. yeah, it takes a lot of your time to learn. Yeah, it's taken me years. But then again, I wasn't focused on it on it for since like mid 2020 or mid 2021. That's when I started doing the on-law stuff. And then came back to law like early 2022. But like really came back to it like mid. Yeah, yeah, literally. I like it's so bad. It's so not bad. It's so hard. I don't know how they do it. Massive respect to all my people in the clothing department. Right, in a minute. Close that now. Yeah, this car in real life doesn't have any crash structure. Literally, it doesn't have a crash bar or anything in the way. It's so fast. Good job I checked before I did anything.
This is I got the text message this morning at 8. We're trying to get you in on this Zoom meeting with Scott. Was able to manipulate her schedule and have that 9 o'clock open. I only gave you guys an hour notice, but we tried to make it work and make her magic. So if you want to jump on this, I just send it to you. Okay? Take a look at the Zoom room, and if you don't seem to have it, just text your cousin. He can send it to you. Thank you.
Good day, motherfucker!
No, that was my arm. I think you even heard that. But times like this make me want to think, anyway, that crack is legal, you know? It'll be more exciting. Doing other underbody stuff. Ew. Hey, Greg's. I've never just gone into Greg's and just gotten stuff. Like, I've had once, I think, a Greg's sausage roll, and that was it. Next time I go to Jam Fest, I'm gonna go get some Greg's. Fair enough, can't complain. We just got a message. We just got a message. No, we didn't. We got for someone liking my story, but that should be the shell for the underbody done now. Time to add some detail like suspension and stuff, and the exhaust. Exhaust front is funny, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, like right now, doesn't have interior, doesn't have an engine mate, doesn't have the detail stuff on the chassis, but it's only 18k. Which is pretty good. And now, well, now we get not reference, donor, file, import, DA. Was it in here or was it in coil? No. Yeah, there. Oh yeah, fuck, gotta rotate my stuff. Yeah, but that's... Yeah, I mean they can. But rarely. Like... It depends on the interior, but even then that shouldn't be a reason for a simple Schwarzer design. Like modern Schwarzer design, which doesn't really have that many like complex body lines to be 112k. That is literally GTA 6 poly count. My stuff is GTA 6 ready, like this would go into GTA 6 and like it would be completely fine, but yeah, still fucking, just I don't know, something about it. Alright, So there's a couple of things that we want to take from this. We're not going to take the interior. That's one of the things we're not going to take. Oh, it's crashing. Let's just control S real quick. Start getting rid of stuff. We actually may need some of those light insets, like the bulbs and stuff. Exactly. That's the main thing that we want to steal bits from. Let's just get everything correct. And on top of that, I need to append textures again. Even stuff like the what do you call it? The Yankton that I made. Yeah, the Yankton that I made. I actually made the rear section more GTA 5 style than GTA 6. Because it reduced the poly count and it just looked nicer for the game. Cool. Alright, we got all this. The only thing I actually wanted from here is actually a part of different parts, which is great. But stuff like the diff, which I actually won't take because I've just realised. This is a front wheel drive car. Rear subframe, take. Just stuff that standard does is it's GTA basically. Cool. That and the front subframe. The thing with backports is I'm just happy that we're getting more stuff in GTA. I like this game. So I don't mind. I mean, the Patriot Mill spec is just a crime against humanity though. Fucking such a high poly count. For no reason. We want that, we want the literally. No, 170. 175. Yeah, it's 175k. It's hard to fucking believe. It's so bad. It's just really bad. Yeah. I remember Vanilla Works losing their mind over it. Yeah, I wanted to do a bunch of stuff to it, but at the time it was just so fucking hard. It was so hard to just want to do anything to it, because whenever you would attack it, there was just so many fucking polys. And it's just, yeah, it was just like, what the fuck? Not in GTA, well not in GTA 5 anyway. Just shouldn't be there. Yeah, just sad really. But right, we've got all of our assets. There we go. So I look like a fucking car lad. So we'll exhaust out in a second. Nah, the kebabs use the Suzuki Wagon R around here. I don't like. The Suzuki Wagon R is the kebab car. About there, and just make this go up. Big block. Plot. Might try and ask Stu if I can use his SR20 model in his car for this. Let me ask him real quick actually. Let's see how he responds to that. It's either going to be sure, go ahead. Stu's S14 that's just released, or Remus 2. This thing, fucking mental. He was talking about it for so long. Trying to find an engine bay picture, but yeah, custom interior. No, it's not gonna have an engine bay picture. All right. I mean, it's just a really good car, made by a really good creator. That's not how pipe works. Yeah, he's one of the people that taught me like how to do all the stuff that I do, and flames me for it. So. Pay to win places, yeah. Yeah, but that's been in the works. Literally, they're low brain specimens half the time. Low IQ specimens. But if any of the guys in the middle of works came up to me and would ask for help, I would help them in a fucking instant. I might just put the diff back there as well, just so that there's something there. Also got to put the radiator in. I'm actually just going to lower the entire floor plan. Made it too high. That's a little bit better. There you go. Oh, sorry, it got split down. Lovely. Stop going outside. Let's add plates on. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Thinking maybe there. Where does the wheel have it? Yeah, literally in the same place. Do it like that then. And finally, for the underbody, one last thing. Radiator. We'll be taking a lot of stuff out of the engine bay, but yep, Stu said no. Sag. Probably gonna leave this chat actually. Like the chat that I was just in gas. No one's gonna join, so don't have to focus on it. Yeah, I just make my own engine, fuck it. That's what I was gonna do anyway, just had the idea. Yeah, that's why I was in there. I set up an entire like Discord thing separately. I was just chilling. I'll join back now. If you're gonna join, of course, just turn off all this shit. Yep, that's you. You're right.
Yeah, so you're in here, I was like, are you sure you know you're in here?
Yeah, that's why I was in here. I set up like an entire like Discord thing on OBS to like record Discord. Let me actually turn that on now.
Ah, okay. Figured it's easier.
Yeah, I had a oh, that's mic audio. That's just duplicating what I was doing. There we go. That should be good.
Yeah, I work from home anyway, so I'm just sat here logging into my email, so I'm not exactly doing anything.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Not doing anything. Everyone else is asleep, so
Yeah, literally, I'm just. Oh, have I turned off mic audio? No, I haven't. Great. Yeah, the end of last stream I was just fucking around with Gom, so got all this up. Are you liking the Guardian? Have you got the liveries and everything to work?
yeah, made some. So I showed it to the people that use it.
Yep.
They wanted a couple little bits changed, but obviously it's unlocked, so I made some
Yeah.
edits to it.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I put the bar on it. They wanted the bed a bit longer, so
Okay.
I nabbed a longer bed. So I extended it out. Because when we try and tow, say like Tiddy's Sandstorm,
Yeah.
it's fucking huge.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, yeah, fair play. So I chopped. I chopped and fitted the standard flatbed to it and adjusted the collisions. So that's all good. That all works fine.
Sure.
The liveries, they've got them. Template's fine. We got some placeholder ones on it at the moment until they decide what they want.
Yeah.
That's all sorted.
I need to make some before I release it.
Yeah, I just did. Theirs is just real basic. It's just the department name on the doors, and then I've got black and yellow like warning chevrons on the back of the cab.
Simple.
Just simple. Yeah, nothing crazy. Did anything else I did to it? Oh, I made I adjusted the center point for the cover bounds.
Okay.
To match closer to the default MTL truck.
Yeah.
Because the center point was more in the cab, but where it's now so much longer, I had to just move it forward.
That's fair. Yeah, it feels like it rotates a lot more, so I might actually change that as well.
Yeah, I just grabbed the standard flatbed, used it as a guide, and just lined up the front of the Guardian to the front of the tow truck, and then the cover bounds are a lot more accurate now.
Yeah.
I think if there was anything else. Oh, which is a thing on the standard Guardian, it now has a working steering wheel. I don't know if you've ever noticed the Guardian doesn't have a turning wheel.
Really?
Yeah, if you look at the Guardian, the steering wheel is part of the chassis. It doesn't have an
What the fuck?
Yeah, I didn't know that. I saw it and I was like, have you... I was like, no, surely not. And then I went and looked at the normal Guardian. I was like, oh fuck, it doesn't have a turning wheel.
Oh, I'm loading up now. I've never noticed that. Fuck. Oh, it's not.
It's the same steering wheel as the tow truck, so just cut it off and put it and just line it up. That's all.
What the fuck?
I can send you the edited model and you can just rip it from that.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
that's just.
Yeah.
That's not even day one. That's like 2015.
Yep. I was surprised. Yeah, it doesn't. So I did that. I think I did just a couple little bits. Like I think because the wheels are poly saved. I think you poly save the wheels.
Yeah.
I think I just swapped them back.
Okay.
Because people like they just
those are Stu's special wheels.
Yeah. Because of when they were driving it, they're like, why can I see through the wheel? And I was like, because they're poly saving.
Okay.
Like, oh, that's kind of strange. I was like, I can put ones on there that aren't saved.
Yeah.
They're just basically the tow truck wheels.
Yeah.
But resized. So I swapped those, and I chucked some license plates on it on the back. Because it didn't have a license plate.
Fuck's sake.
Little things. I'll send you the model so you've got it if you want to rip anything from it at any point. If you want to have the one that you did, and then if you want to chuck in an extended bed version, go ahead. Like whatever, I don't care. It works fine. So
cool.
Add that in, absolutely fine to do.
It's a bit annoying about about some of that though. I should have done that really. I checked it.
No,
I just didn't know about the steering wheel. Fucking hell.
No, I didn't know either. I thought there's no way because like I was like I wasn't looking at the nose. I was like, oh, there's no steering wheel like in the hierarchy. It's like, oh, hang on. No, it's just those little bits and bobs really. Like, and that was like I was saying before. It's things that like the base is there, which is what we wanted,
Yeah.
and then I show it to the people that are going to use it every day when they play. What do you guys want changed? And if I can do it, then I'll just do it. If not, then I would have come to you and just asked, "Hey, can we tweak this?"
Yeah.
They only got it on Saturday, so they've only had it a few days.
Okay.
And yeah, they love it. They're really happy. They think it's a lot more usable for them because it's so much lower. They
Yeah.
can fit into places. So yeah, found a good audio bank to use for it, the Terabyte,
Okay.
because it has that proper meaty diesel, but still has the reversing beeps and stuff.
Yeah.
Let me. I'll grab the model. I'll just send that to you, just so you have it.
Cool. Cheers.
Yeah, no, they're using that. They're happy with that. And then they've just got some other bits that they wanted. Just some stuff out there like Fenton's mule recovery.
Okay.
Because we've got blanket perms with Fenton and some. So I was like, oh, there we go, that'll do. A couple other, then like an executioner with a livery on it, and I think, what is it? Is it the Tulip? I think it's the Tulip sedan.
Yeah.
I think Tiddy did, where he extended it. I think that because they wanted that 80s, 90s kind of retro vibe.
Yeah.
But I was like, yeah, they were fine with the Guardian. I showed it to them, I was like, this? And they're like, yes. Happy customers.
Exactly. Happy to hear it.
That's.
I guess next time I work on a vehicle, I'll check if the fucking steering wheel node exists.
I've never seen that before.
No, me neither. That's so fucking weird.
Yeah, it's probably the only vehicle that has that. But yeah, no, that's all done now. Now, like I said, working on bringing in some of the Gabs pack stuff and trying to send over what I find over to one of the admins there, who's forwarding it on to. Because I'm not on speaking terms with anyone like Wib or anyone like that, so
Yeah.
I can't sort of go, hey, buddy.
Yeah.
Don't know if you know. I've only ever spoke to Wib about permissions for their public releases,
Mhm.
so I don't know Dario or any of the others. But yeah, so just been finding those. Some of them are just meta changes, like things in there that need doing. But even I think on the Mogul, the bug eye, it's got the old school roll cage chassis upgrade, but it puts those red seats in.
Yeah.
It has that. But it doesn't delete the standard seats.
Yeah, you can blame Wib for that.
Yeah, so I look at it and think, okay, I can't fix that because I don't know what the seats are called. I don't know what the node's called because they're escrowed, so I can't open it and have a look.
Yeah.
I can't like go and open IV and check. It's like, well, I have to turn that off. But in their defence, that because I know they're all really talented guys. We've seen stuff that they've made and released publicly. Wib's made some good stuff. It's HD, isn't it? It's Harry. Is it HD?
Which car?
They have like. They've made like the Schlagen STR and some like
Yeah.
Tempesta versions. Yeah, they're on that team. I know people call them HD or
HD.
Harry. Yeah, like all of those guys. Everyone on that
HD,
team, I know they're
Wib,
really good.
Dario, Kerman.
Sphinx.
Yeah, Sphinx, but he does the sketches, he doesn't model.
He does the designs. He's the designer.
Yeah.
And they're good at it.
Yeah,
So-
pretty good at it. I mean, the turtle is a Sphinx design, so.
Yeah. I remember seeing some of Sphinx's stuff, and I was like, "Holy shit, that looks good." Yeah, like they're really talented. And when I saw things like that roll cage, it's such a small issue where it's like if you flick through the mod kit, you would have seen that.
Yeah.
Or what was the other one? It's tiny things. There's an exhaust on the Tahoma GT that doesn't have backfires when all the others do.
Okay, you can blame Dom for that one.
Yeah, I don't think they've run out of IDs. I think they've just they haven't renumbered them.
Yeah.
Little things that dash dial's missing. They haven't put dials into the L1s,
Yeah.
so a bunch of cars have no dials.
Yes, but yeah. Speaking of the what's it called? The Grotti Stinger Riviera. We currently don't know what the issue is. Apparently, HD was actually the one who originally ported it.
Yeah, I can't
And
see either.
they have no idea what the issue is.
No, I looked at it in OIV and I'm like, well, they're fine in here. And then I think the model's unlocked. I was like, let me throw it in Z modder and just have a look, just to see if it's like And I was like,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, it's completely fine.
I was like, this looks absolutely fine, but in game it breaks the mapping. But the placement just breaks. It goes pinches them in, doesn't it?
Yeah. The only issue, I mean, all the usual things like it being the incorrect dashboard type, with it being with it being not the same mesh copy to L1, with it not being or with the texture being in the YTD, all of that was checked, and there were issues, but all those were fixed and it's still broken.
Yeah, so I'm not too sure. It's almost like yeah. So I mean that I guess is basically F remodel, which is not ideal, or it's like ditch that middle clever dial cluster.
I'm just gonna remodel it, or I'm gonna retexture it with a different
dashboard type.
Yeah, with a different dashboard type.
Yeah,
I think that's the best way of going about it.
It might be. I mean, I only know so much because I've done my fair share of bug fixing for things over the last 4 years.
Yeah.
That I've been doing what I do. You know, I've done a lot of looking at something and it's just like, you know, chum you silly boy. You know, like you've missed this thing or whatever. And it's like, I'll just quickly fix that. I don't know, maybe if it's just something to do with truck dashboard type, but it just doesn't like moving them. I don't know.
I've absolutely no fucking clue.
I can't think.
Stu didn't even know that there was a normal truck dial type until I showed him. Like,
yeah,
I've never seen it, but
most people use like Ferrocci or the Sultan or something like that.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna mix. I'm gonna move to the Sultan.
Yeah, Sultan's really common. So, but yeah, that was the only thing. But it's like one of the first things I do is I load it up, like port it to 5M, load it up, and I go, right, let's just check everything. Let's just see.
Yeah. You don't want a bad experience for the people that are on your server. So.
Yeah, I mean we have off holiday seasons when people are working or in school, college, and stuff.
Yep.
We're peaking 300 people a night. And on weekends it can push 350 if there's some big event going on. I mean, we're a 400 cap server and we're pushing 5M hard, like, and we know we are, and our player base knows that we are. We've managed to hit the 1 sync limit for players in one area where it starts to cull players, which is 127 people.
Fucking hell.
You know, which I don't say it as like as a brag thing. You know, it's just like we've been successful. We launched during COVID. People found us as a fresh place to escape. We had a different way of doing things compared to the other big English speaking servers.
Yeah.
We did a lot for like legal sides of roleplay things.
Court system and everything.
Yeah, we've got a unique core system that's not like other common servers. You know, like ones that run off of ESX, VRP, or QB. We've got a custom framework that's only used by a very small number of people.
How about your courts and everything? Have you got a court system?
Full court system, all the way from full government system, multiple police departments, a full medical and paramedic system, firefighters, park rangers, coast guard. It's all there. We've got player business systems. You can make any business you want.
Yeah.
If you've got an idea, you just go through the hoops of get your license. So all of that's done with players. We've got a Department of Commerce and Labour. We've got a flight authority. We've got all of it's there. So we have a really different way of doing things. Not everyone likes it. Some people prefer the more Onyx or no pixel sort of avenue, which is fine. You know, they know what they are and they embrace it, and that's good. We know what we want to be and we try and embrace that. So, but part of it is like our car scene is completely different. People will come over, and up until recently, we were fairly unique in that we were law across the board,
Yeah.
apart from two vehicles, which was the Freightliner that we just finally replaced, and we've got an AW139 helicopter because it's got 10 seats.
Yeah.
And there's no law helicopters that are not buggy that have enough seats.
Hmm.
So that's the next project.
Yeah.
Is to I know SAS/Rhyme released an Annihilator with a 10 and 14 seat, but I haven't looked at them. And we've got, I know they don't mod anymore, but we got blanket perms for anything they've ever done.
Cool.
So, which is nice. I like when people agree to that 'cause it's so handy. Yeah, so like our car scene, we have, obviously street racing leagues and car shows and like massive MCs. We've got like 10 different MCs at any one time, so bikes are always wanted, and
It's a good job that I'm pretty much the only guy that's doing like bikes, other than
and
Lepan.
releasing them. Lepan does them. I check in with them every couple months just to see what sort of stuff they've got, because they don't really release them.
They
always have
yeah,
an
they've
archive
literally got
of
so
stuff.
much stuff that's work in progress that they just don't want support.
Yeah, or they port it and it's just not been sort of tidied up. So I tend to get like an archive dump from Lepan,
Yeah.
and I'll just pick out stuff that I'm like, yeah, like that looks. I'm not gonna say salvageable, because that's as if they're not very good. But
Yeah.
like
That looks
ones where
usable.
It's like, that looks like something that I am willing to put the time in to tidy up and put on the server.
Yeah.
Because they won't have LODs, and I'll do the dirty, like chuck it in ZModeler and just crush it, so at least it's somewhat lodded. It's not great, but I just adjust the ranges so no one sees the potato.
Yeah.
Or I'm very conservative, like I'll just knock it back a few percent so it doesn't add holes in meshes, but it just kind of, it's better than none.
Yeah.
For some models, if they're like 100 plus K, because he's done like a really detailed fuel tank or something. So, I do what I can.
Yeah.
So when it comes to the car stuff, like me, Average and Foom, we're very particular. Like, it's why the sort of LOD thing with the Gabs release is like, I have to be very, because we're pushing so many people. If someone puts up a car show, you can expect 100 people there.
Yeah.
And that's just pushing 5M to the limit. So anything we can do to reduce poly counts and have it so that we can have a nice short distance L0, so that the LOD 1 kicks in and it's a good LOD 1.
Yeah.
Yes, because we're already going to have someone rendering 60 cars and all those players on the screen at one time. We've had like a weekend-long music festival before, with a fat stage and live music. Like, we've got an entire music scene with multiple record labels,
Okay.
like, dumping out music, and they did a weekend-long event. And we had to be so conscious of frame rates, because we can't. Everyone knows that if you get 100 frames, you're going to get 30 when you go there, because it's just so much for the engine to do.
Yeah.
So we have to be very performance conscious. And it's why, like, I look at like these things from the Gabs house, because I know it's just under that brand. And it's, for me, it's like I need to make sure that these are,
Usable.
as usable and as optimized as possible, because they're going to be popular. People want like the Bug Eye, they want the new Impreza, what's it, the Sultan RSX,
Yeah.
they want the Schwarzer S, the Club XR. Like, people saw them and they're like, yes. So they're going to be everywhere, and I can't really have a bunch of people doing a street race and they're all flying past people in 100k poly cars, just crushing frame rates.
Yeah.
So it's I think it's a unique position to be in, because it's not like a server where it's 128 or 200, or I think places like NoPixel, I think, are 250, something like that.
No idea.
I think they're about 250. I can't remember, or 256. I don't look, but a lot less. They cap their current players a lot lower, so we're kind of seeing where the limit is.
Yeah.
And somehow the server doesn't crash. I don't know how.
That's great.
It doesn't crash. No. But it's all I do is try and bring content to people that people release it on 5 mods and people throw it in their single player games and stuff. I bring the content to a massive audience who all get to enjoy it at the same time.
Yeah.
They can all show off how they've done that car up. They can appreciate it, getting cop chases and car meets, go drifting. Chuck a drift kit on the car and go sliding around, whatever they want to do.
Mhm.
We're not like some places out there where it's like, hey, for example, let's say with that Remus 2, hey, you want a Remus 2? You best get that $12 a month subscription to our server on Tebex then.
Yeah.
Because there's places that do that, and it's stupid. It's ridiculous.
Mhm.
Like, we don't
have subscription tiers and stuff like that.
We have nothing. Not a single thing.
That's good.
Yeah, it's basically, do you want to help us pay the server costs and license fees? Here's a donate button. If you don't, sure, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So with like the tow truck, that was basically, hey, we need to get rid of this because of the new player license agreements in terms of service. Like, it needs to go. We never wanted the model. It was there when I joined the team.
Yeah.
We've got someone who will make us one, and they were like, sure, let me ask everyone, and they just pulled the money together.
Cool.
Like, they donated the money to us to pay. So, and the same goes for like if someone wants an interior, they want an MLO that's on Tebex or something, or on, it's a cost for it, and someone goes, I want to have this, I don't know, this business that they want to do.
Yeah.
They want this interior and it's $50 for the interior. We'll be like, okay, that's fine, but we're not going to buy the interior for you. Like, so if you donate the $50, we'll then get the license so that we hold the license, and you're basically donating that to us. So you can obviously use it because you're the one who picked it out. You're going to donate that to us. But if you ever leave the server, it means that someone else can enjoy it.
Yeah.
It's not just for you. It's just you get it first. But you fuck off in 6 months, and Dave comes along. Sure.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like
that's completely fair.
It's like I joke that we're like a socialist server.
Yeah.
That we don't do anything for one person. Like, that's not a thing. We just turn it down. It's like, nope. Anyone can do anything and get anything if they put the time and the effort in.
Mhm.
Like, you want to run a business, go ahead. You want to, start your own record label, go ahead. Do you want to start a news company? Go ahead. Like, this is what you have to do.
Yeah.
Just like everyone else did. And that it's the only reason I'm there. I've said so many times that the moment if they even dared start asking for like subscriptions for or anything like that, I'd be like, right, like, you guys are off.
Yeah.
I ain't doing that. I think it's just wrong, and it's
What's your opinion on the paid law stuff then?
so mixed. I understand it. I don't have a problem with people wanting payments for what they do.
Yeah.
I have no issue with that at all.
Commissions and stuff like that.
Commissions is obviously absolutely fine in anything, because a commission's a commission. You're paying for someone's time and their expertise fundamentally. So commissions is absolutely fine. I do think obviously there should be some. I don't like exclusivity deals too much. I think depending on what it is, if it's something, I'm in two minds. One, people have the right to pay more for an exclusivity of something. They have the right to do so. I just personally think it's a bit shitty, especially if it's something that the wider community could benefit from having access to. So, like, let's say that Guardian tow truck. There is no four-door tow trucks that are law out there.
No.
There's none. And everyone is using stuff like that Freightliner because they want a four-seater tow truck. So I could have asked, hey, can we have it on exclusivity? Obviously, you could say no, but let's say you were like, sure. And we pay a bunch of extra money so that no one else can benefit from having that, like, gap in what's available filled. And we do.
Yeah.
And it's like, why? Whereas for me, it's like we've, we funded it. It's now out there. Like it's now a thing. We've got it. We've been able to make our changes to fit how we want it, like having that extra level of sort of customizability
Yeah.
with it. And now anyone else out
Underbody's
there
done, by the way.
fighting, nice. Anyone else out there in the 5M space or single player, they can put it in single player if they want.
Yeah.
Can
Every single mod I make for the website, everything's got a single
both.
player and a 5M add-on.
Yeah. So it means that everyone can enjoy it, and it's like, great. That's what we want. Everyone can enjoy it. Stop using the Freightliner, become compliant, and here you go.
Yeah.
When it comes to things like the subscriptions and stuff like that, I think I don't have any problem with it because I kind of just see it as like people don't. I think Kerman said it, or it might have been Dario. I can't remember which one. Where they basically said it's either I work in a supermarket and make no mods and hate my life, or I make mods which I enjoy,
Yeah.
and I get enough money to not have to work in the supermarket. And it's like that I understand. Like if you really enjoy making mods, expanding your skill set with this, which obviously can translate into another job in game design,
Yeah.
game development, and you can make some money for it, and you're not kind of being overcharging or putting out, like you're not sort of money grabbing, that kind of just not
Yeah.
being great about how you do it, then it's fine because people don't have to buy it. It's not mandatory
Yeah.
to have it. And so long as the product that's provided warrants
Payment.
the cost.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, and I don't want to be bashing on the Gabs lot because it's the first release of the
Exactly.
pack,
It's a first experiment doing it.
Exactly. First time they've done it, like that they've come together to release like a bunch of cars. There's 12 cars in there. Two of them are facelifts of the Schwarzer, Schlagen, sorry, not the Schwarzer, the Schlagen, and one is a shooting brake of the Neon.
Yeah.
But fundamentally, there's 9 brand new models of car in there, pretty much, and it's something they haven't done before, and it's under another banner. They're not going to have full control, I imagine, of everything.
No.
But when it's $25 a month, if you don't have Gabs's map subscription, which reduces it down to I think about 20, you're paying. And the problem with the way the Gab stuff works, and with any escrow content, as far as I'm aware, is the moment you stop paying, once it expires, the content stops working on your server.
Yeah.
So you're basically, the moment you buy into it, you are bound.
I mean, I as a creator find that incredibly like I want that. I would when you're a creator, you don't want people to, or at least with the subscription service, you don't want people to either buy into it to start off with and then they never pay again, and then they've just gotten the sum of cars which can be up to the hundreds, thousands, hopefully in my case, if we continue going that long, for £9. Like that's what the escrowing stuff prevents, because
Yeah, of course.
in the end I will literally have like hundreds of cars in a pack, and if you can buy that for $9.99 and you can just completely bypass having to pay the thousands that it would usually cost for that amount, and then never pay again, that escrowing sounds appeasing. But it's the fact that it's so restricting on servers.
Yes.
Servers are so restricted by that to the point where I've had people say that they will not buy it if it's escrowed, which I completely understand. So I've left it unescrowed.
Like it doesn't escrow meta files, which is great.
Yeah.
Unless you tell it to, I'm pretty sure. But
no,
like meta files shouldn't be escrowed. YTDs obviously not. Annoyingly, in the Gabs pack, the vehicle names lure is escrowed, which is really annoying because they've made errors. Yeah, I know. I don't know why. Unless that's an oversight. I don't know, but it means that where there's missing mod part names and some of the cars they've put it in so it shows up as like BF Club XR. They've not entered it right.
Yeah, I
Um,
don't want to give the team too much leeway though, because they are still a team of highly presented creators working with
yes,
someone who earns tens of thousands to no hundreds of thousands a month. So
so it's like that's escrowed. So the way to get around it is um, you have to load a names Lua file in a resource after that's loaded to overwrite them, and
yeah,
just which is something that anyone who's clued up will know how to do, but still kind of annoying.
yeah,
Um, like the escrow thing, yeah, it should be on a subscription basis if you don't buy them standalone, because otherwise you can just go, yep, thanks for that, and then only resubscribe after a few months to grab any updates and then
yeah,
stop again. I completely get that. The problem is if you're paying $25 or $20 a month for the vehicles, and then what you're getting is not, I'm not gonna say not worth it. Like it's sub
it's not substantial enough to be paying that much every month.
every single month, yeah. So it means on the problem for the creators is then that there's an expectation for updates every month, because people don't want to pay $20 a month and not get anything for a month.
Yeah,
Like you look at something like NVE, when NVE doesn't get an update for one of the months, everyone's like, well, why have I paid for this month and you haven't released anything?
yeah,
So I understand that. Um, you know, but with this, it's like you can't cancel it for a month. So you want them to give you something, even if it's just, hey, here's an update to the mod kit for this car. It's
yeah.
something, and it's better
It's
than
it's a bug
nothing.
fix. That would
It's
be
a bug
great.
fix. That's fine. Like, hey, I got something for me continuing to fund you guys working. Hey, here's some stuff that we're working on for potentially next month. Here's some bug fixes for what's currently out. Like, fantastic. No issue with that. That's good. Good stuff. You're fixing things. You're not just sort of going, yeah, here it is, and then never coming back to it ever
Yeah,
again.
I could make a fucking
The problem.
podcast.
A friend of mine used to do an RP podcast. Like, I'm not related to this, but
Yeah,
he did a roleplay podcast that was quite interesting. Um, like, so that's absolutely fine. But say, and I don't want to, you know, grind down on the Gabs thing, but obviously that's a big thing because
yeah,
Gabs is such a big name in the space, and the people working on it are well known in the vanilla works lore scene space.
yeah,
Is that what they've put out right now? Screams rushed out the door,
yeah.
because the mod kits are okay, a little bit lacking in some of them.
Mhm.
There's no mod kit labels. Not like most of them don't have labels. I think only a couple of them actually have names on most of the parts on them. There's issues with the names of the vehicles. You've got like bugs with a couple of the mod parts. You've got the odd LOD 1 issues where like license plates are vanishing at like 10 meters, so that's really jarring. And it's like, does it mean the vehicles don't work? No, they work. It's just the quality isn't quite there.
Yeah.
Where compared to something that you could download for free off of 5 mods,
Mhm.
where sure, some stuff gets uploaded there and it has a bunch of issues, but they get fixed. But like I'd say compared to the Callista, a good example of
Yeah.
something that's out there for free, is a very high quality mod by a lot of people that worked on it over the time it took to make. Mod kit is insane. Model quality is really good, super popular. People really like it, and it's free.
Yeah.
Completely free out there, in a public website and everything. And then you pay, in our case, $20 for this thing, and okay, we get 13 vehicles. I think it's 12, and I load up the club, and it's like, this model's really nice. I like the way it's kind of an Audi and a Golf, like it's Audi A3-ish at the back and Golf Mark 7 at the front. You can kind of see what they were doing, and it's really cool. Looks nice, and it's like, the mod kit isn't really there. Like, there's a couple bumpers, couple fronts,
Yeah.
not really any like skirts or anything like that. No interior modding, no engine bay modding, no roof, no like little roof wing extensions or anything like
No.
that. It's very basic. Not even like wing mirror colors or anything like that. It's super basic. From
Not even
I was
like
like,
wing
okay.
mirror colors. The fuck?
No, it doesn't even have the what I like to call the Lambo / Tepig mod kit, where it's basically secondary carbon chrome.
I do that. Literally, me, Gom, Stu, we
Which
all
is
do
fine.
that.
which is fine because it's like, well, yeah, that's kind of it's just a material thing. It's like the most easiest thing to do, just swapping materials on the parts.
People like it as
Anyway,
well because it means that they
exactly.
can specialize their build. They can have exactly what they want,
Yes,
and to not
exactly.
include that on a paid mod like that, that's so
Well,
highly anticipating.
yeah.
Highly
So
anticipated.
yeah, so when you see something like that, for me as someone who doesn't know everything about modeling and making cars and stuff, but
Yeah,
I've been in this space for over 4 years,
yeah,
like working on vehicle handling, porting to 5M, fixing metafile stuff, Z modeler, doing various bits and bobs in Z modeler, for what I need,
yeah,
and keeping in touch as much as I can with what does go on. I look at it and just think either this was rushed out the door or no one checked any of this.
yeah,
I'm assuming the former because of who is involved. That's when the whole paid for content becomes a little bit, because you don't know what you're getting until you pay, because they haven't put the cars on the demo server yet.
yeah.
They're not up, which I don't know why they
Yeah, I know. I don't know why
wouldn't
that's
be.
not a thing yet.
It should have been a thing before you could even buy them. It should have been a few days before they even unlock, like, or even 24, 48 hours beforehand. Hey, go on the showcase server. They're on there if you want to have a look at them.
Is that what usually
Um,
happens with his maps?
yes, all the maps are on there
So
for you
why
to
the
go and have a
fuck?
look at. I don't know. That's why I think it was rushed. Personally, I think it was a rushed
Oh,
release.
I don't think I know because I had insider knowledge. I knew everything
Yeah,
that was going on at the time.
they're rushed.
They're fully rushed.
And I'm hoping that come either the end of this month for the February update or sometime early in March, because I think it came out like the end of January, if I remember rightly. That we don't, as much as other people might want it. I hope that we don't get anything new. I hope that update is purely a retrospective patching of issues with the cars,
Yeah,
like going back and being like, yep, we've fixed the indicator on the club, we've fixed this mod kit, we've added some LOD 1s to the cars that don't have them, because not all of them have got LOD 1. Some of them are completely unlodded.
yeah,
Like, they go back and go, hey, we've added LODs to these, we've fixed all these bugs, made some adjustments to this, we've stopped escrowing the vehicle names lure for whatever
yeah.
reason. They allow us to edit that so we can name things what we want, or at least make changes for whatever reason.
Hey,
There's no
Ethan, you
reason
right?
to escrow it.
Sorry. Chat.
Oh, I didn't see.
Because we're
Oh,
still
yeah.
streaming.
And that be what the quote unquote February update would be. If it's like, here's 5 more models hypothetically,
And no
they
fixes.
don't be addressing it, and no fixes, I'd be like, what the fuck? And I personally would question it. I would hop in there and go, is there any reason why?
Yeah.
Because from a business standpoint, if you want to retain and increase the customer base, you need to provide a suitable product.
Yeah.
So when it comes to paid for mods, so long as the product that you receive is of a standard and quality and is supported that warrants the £9, $20,
Yeah.
whatever it is, then it's whatever. People are getting paid for the work, and it means that they can continue to do more of that work without having to worry about income and other jobs or anything like that if they make enough money. And the people that buy it get what they want.
Yeah.
And it's all happy days, So
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
when I first came out and I started doing the Tebex paid stuff, I had a lot. I had a lot of hate. I had a lot of hate from people like Darius and Kerman, who said that what I was doing was unethical, and what I was doing was against the law scene. Which, retrospectively looking back, I would like an apology at some point, because it turns out that they're earning more than me at a more unethical place than me. Doing work which, I mean, as you just said, seems to be unfinished.
Yeah, at least right now. I mean, I wouldn't go on the record, as it were, to say it's unfinished
Yeah.
or not worth it until it's been at least a couple of months. If they don't address it,
If they patch it next update, or maybe the update after that,
absolutely fine.
absolutely fine. Yeah.
Yeah, if they go through and go, hey, XYZ, these are now got LODs, hey, we've fixed these issues and we've tidied up these, and hey, we've thrown in a couple of extra like spoilers on some cars.
Yeah.
Like they've just added a few like basic mod kit bits
Yeah.
and whatnot. I'd be like, perfect, because it's not a it is expensive, but when you think of the price per vehicle and over time as they add more, it
Yeah.
becomes a much better deal.
That's the appeal of the pack. That's why I
That's the
started
appeal.
doing it.
Yes. Yeah. So, for me, like I'm deliberately going to only drip these in. Like I've got 3 at the moment because I have to redo all the handling because we don't do vanilla style handling like most people do.
No.
We have a much more weighted, heavier kind
IB
of.
style.
Not even that, but
No.
like it's the closest I could say is it's homologated Simcade.
Okay.
We have so we obviously have to charge in-game money for the cars. People buying from dealerships and stuff. We go from like say $0 up to $1 million because
Yeah.
of the way our economy works. $1 million is actually a lot of money.
Yeah.
Um,
Which is actually good. I
so-
wanted to see that. I've wanted to see that for a while.
Yeah, so we have a fairly grounded economy. There's a few things in there, like a burger from a shop might cost you $30, but that's because it's trying to push you towards going to a player shop instead.
But you got service
So-
charging $20 for a special one of one. Yeah, I know. That's one of the issues
Yeah.
that we've got at the moment is because those special one of ones cannot even be, or can be something that's not even that special. It's something that anyone could make.
It's
And
something that we don't do,
yeah,
So when people, so the way we've done our vehicles and the way we set them up is the price you pay. And so we have like brackets. So obviously, like the cheaper cars are slower, but they're not as good as an expensive car, but they also kind of suit what they are. So if you're getting like a $9,000 hatchback,
yeah,
it's going to drive like a $9,000 hatchback.
Yeah.
Like it's going to be zippy, it's going to be pointy, not going to have a high top speed, but it's cheap to repair. Cheap
oh,
to
you meant
upgrade.
$200? Yeah, $200 for a special one of one is just fucked.
Yeah, it's fucked. I've seen servers that charge people $18 a month to be a cop.
Fucking hell. To be
Like-
fair, I've watched YouTube videos on that sort of stuff. It's
Yeah,
entertaining to watch
it's
the
awful.
trolling stuff, but yeah,
Yeah, like so. So when I take something like, when I take a car, we go, okay, what is this car? Okay, it's a let's say the Schwarzer S, because that's one of the 3. It's like, okay, so it's basically like it's a C class AMG.
yeah,
It's a C63, but now they're 4-liter V8s, they're not 6.2s. So okay, so it's going to be more expensive. It's going to be on the more premium end, like and so it's on the more premium end. It's not got a massive mod kit, so I can't warrant bumping the price up because you're paying for like more customizability.
Yeah.
But it is also a nice premium benefactor vehicle, so and it's a C63, so it should be on the higher end of the speed
yeah.
because we have much higher top speeds on cars
hmm
than standard. We don't have like 120 mile an hour super.
You do it. You do it real life instead of 2 scale to GTA.
It's closer, but we do still scale down.
Yeah.
So like the Thrax, which is our $1 million car, on that flat road across the top of the map that people use is 185
Okay.
upgraded. So that's still holy shit fast because as soon as you get down on the ground and you've got the bump boosts, you're hitting 220.
Yeah.
So it's like 185 is where we cap it on flat ground on its own power. All the way down, right the way down. So like the average price of a car that someone buys when they're in the money is like between 60 to 150,000 is kind of the sweet spot of our stuff. It's New Day RP, Ethan.
Yeah, you're also looking at chat. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got it on my top screen. And so when I get a car, so let's say the Mochi, I'll be like, okay, so it's a cheaper car because it's a hatchback. This should be easy to afford, cheap to run, repair, good for like just a general Civ kind of character. The mod kit is like this, so okay, does it have a better mod kit than another car in the same price bracket? Cool, we'll chuck another $1,000 or $2,000 on top to cover that. Hey, you get more customizability, but you got to pay a little bit more.
Yeah.
For this car. What kind of speed should it have? Okay, what kind of performance numbers do the cars around this price range and in this class? So like, let's say a 10 grand hatchback. Oh, they do 120. I don't know. Okay, cool. Well, then we'll just pump in the performance numbers for
I
120.
can confirm this
Make,
car can do 105.
yeah. um, we'll put in the numbers for it so it matches up. So in a straight line, it's comparable to an equivalent car in that sort of bracket.
Yeah.
And then I dial in all the traction, the steering, the roll bars, suspension, everything to that specific car and the weight. Because every car weight, comes out with an inertia weight
Yeah.
different, and the model dimensions obviously affect everything. So while in a straight line, this might have a similar top speed to, say, Stu's Arius, for example.
Hmm.
It won't drive like the Arius does, and that's how we kind of make it so that we have a homologated but also more realistic outlook on cars. So when you get into like a big muscle car, they're faster in a straight line for the money over a sports car, but they handle like boats
Yeah.
compared. But when you get to the more modern ones, they handle better because they're more modern,
Yeah.
you know. But it's homologated in a way that it's closer to like a Forza lobby, in that the cars can race each other, but they don't drive the same.
Yeah.
So it means we've got quite a big race scene because there's like so many choices. But with like the handling, yeah, it's you can't just whip cars around. They're not super light and twitchy. They're much more heavier body roll. You can do like proper body roll power slides, through corners and
Yeah.
things like that, and whatnot, off roading, and is a lot slippier and stuff like that. So when you see on some places where someone just drives a stratum up the side of Chiliad, like, yeah, no, that's not happening.
Have you got any way of, with off-road vehicles or off-road tires, do you have any scripts to make them more grippy, or is that something you haven't implemented?
So we currently do with. I actually spoke with Ed a while ago now about it
Yeah.
because of the way GTA is fucked on its off-road modifiers.
Yeah.
So currently we do it where anything rear-wheel drive that shouldn't be good off-road gets a pretty decent
Off-road traction
off-road
loss.
nerf. Yeah, anything that is a dedicated off-roader gets like 0.5. Like, it's just good. It will grip. Like,
Yeah.
they're really good. And then so I kind of have like default numbers, like, oh, it's a proper off-roader, 0.5. Oh, it's a 4x4 kind of utility truck. It's kind of good for off-road, but it's kind of still a road car. Okay, that gets like a 1.0. That just gets flat 1.0.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an SUV. It is four-wheel drive, but it's more urban, 1.2. Oh, it's a sort of standard sedan, 1.4, 5 or something. It's rear-wheel drive.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a sports car, 1.85. Supercars, 2.0. They're shit off-road.
Yeah.
Like, they just spin. So we try and keep it predictable. The problem is where rear-wheel drive cars don't get the bog-down effect like four-wheel drive cars do. So we end up getting four-wheel drive cars end up being more controllable off-road, but they can't hit the same top speed. The rear-wheel drive cars sort of skip along and go faster, which is really weird.
Yeah.
We haven't really bothered looking at it too much, but I know Ed's got some of his physics scripts going on that he's working on, so I'll be looking at those at some point, just sort of looking at what they're doing.
Cool.
But we've got like drift kits to turn any car you want into a drift car.
Well,
depending on
yeah. Well,
well
you've got the new handling flags that have just been added, which people are still trying to figure out, I believe, how exactly they work, but they look pretty good.
The gearbox ones that they've been looking at, or
no, the one that's been added in the recent update with all the drift cars themselves.
Oh, I saw someone talking about it. I just do handling.
Yeah.
Rather than the low grip tire effect, I actually do a whole new handling file that gets applied through code.
Well, yeah, that like using the new handling files that they've just implemented in the recent update.
Yeah.
I mean, the handlings that they've created are actually really good. Like
It's amazing. Actually.
they're pretty arcadey. Obviously, you'd need to make them more simcadey for your purposes, more wallowy suspension, harder to brake traction. But using the base of one of those and then understanding how it works would probably be the best solution, no?
Yeah, when I first made them, I used to go arcade drifting on Velocity, Rest in peace, Velocity.
Yeah, R.I.P.
Yeah, RIP Velocity. And I used to look at when you used to load up their handling editor. Obviously, it showed you the base tune. So I kind of just looked at how they were doing it.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't want these cars to be constantly spinning the tires all the time.
Yeah.
Because that's the arcade effect. So the way I've got it is that you're obviously they're automatic still because manual gearbox simulation is a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
I know Coffee Lot, Ed, and a few others have been, and Vlad have been working on some scripts to do it.
Well, now we actually have a built-in script made by Rockstar, so I believe people are trying to make that work now as well.
Yeah, I saw them trying to do their recreations and trying to look into it. So I'm keeping an eye on it because like, people want manual, but I'm like, there's not really
Until it's a
any
refined
good
script.
No, yeah, and until there's at least something, even if it's written in C, I can reverse engineer it to Lua. It's fine. And just because the principle will be exactly the same.
Exactly.
And so we've currently got it where the cars will.
Yes, Ethan. What's up? Big boys are having a conversation.
Oh, he just made a dirty vapor cough.
Okay.
I was gonna say now they're just not gonna say anything.
Yeah. Yeah, keep going.
When you're sliding, the car will actually sort of be like, rather than just constant spinning, you'll hear the car like revving up, shift gears.
He did say the server name. The server name is New Day RP.
Yeah, so I set it up on keyboard because I don't drive with controller, and then a few guys took it out with controllers and they were like, holy shit, this is amazing. I'm like, oh, that's good because we never tested it on controllers.
Yeah.
And some of the shit.
Wait, you've only tested it on fucking... What?
Yeah, no.
Oh,
I have a controller.
That's horrible.
But all of our driving is done on keyboard because most people drive with their keyboard.
Yeah, right.
And and the people that do drive with their controllers, I'm like, how is it on a controller? They're like, it's amazing. I was like, that's good.
That's good.
We don't check. I'm glad to know it just translates. Yeah, it's because we have to use TeamSpeak, Ethan, because of our player count.
Yeah.
Mumble just falls apart. It can't handle the player count. So it works fine. Once you set it up, it basically just works. So don't worry about that. Literally connect and it just does its thing.
Yeah.
Good old salty chat. Install it and forget it. Yeah, it's interesting. I think we're on about how many vehicles we got now? I want to say over 600 that you can use.
That's good.
There's fucking loads. I've still got to do the chop shop stuff. Actually, I've still got 3 cars left in that. But I've got to do the fixes because I noticed that the scene didn't fix all of them.
Yeah.
So I need to fix a few of them if I can. What have we got? I've still got the Illusion, the Cavalcade, the Dominator, and the Baller that no one cares about.
So I'm surprised because I had someone wanting to commission me I had 2 people actually wanted to commission me a new Baller. So 4 people to really not care about it is really weird.
I think it's because, like, how many fucking Baller models do we need? And
I know, but this is an entirely new one.
It's not. It looks so similar to the ST.
Yeah.
It's just like, meh. I just don't care. Like, cool.
It's the only variation that I actually care about other than, like, the original long wheelbase.
Yeah. Like, the Illusion's cool. The Cavalcade is ugly, but hey, that is actually how the thing looks, so sure. The Dominator ripped... feel bad for Daihatsu.
Yeah.
That update was basically fuck Daihatsu.
But it did make her, like it made her first proper release pretty fast, actually. So, happy to hear that.
Yeah, they're still waiting for the hardtop one to get its livery support, but I think they said when the LODs are done, they'll do that. Something like that. I can't remember. They said, but whether it will happen, how these things go.
Yeah.
So That's why I haven't put the convertible one in because it's like I'd like to do both because people if I had the convertible one after fixing the mod kit stuff, they'd be like, "Where's the hard top?" And I'd be like,
Yeah.
"It
Yeah,
doesn't
we,
have
we, we
lots."
do have a classic baller made by Chum, but it doesn't really have any mod kit,
Mm.
so it is kind of useless, and it's still a pretty old mod by his.
Yeah, good old chum.
Good old Chum.
Yeah, chum's. I've got. I think I've got a work in progress cache of chum stuff kicking around somewhere actually.
Yeah, I
If
did
it's
like I
somewhere.
did like Chum before all the 5M stuff, but after I
Mm.
started doing 5M, he wasn't very happy.
He's fine, but I've got blanket for chum. I've got a bunch of bits and bobs from him that are either unreleased or just kind of it's just the files from so I ain't got to download them all.
Yeah.
I think most of these are all released now though. I think apart from what in here? Oh, that Buffalo Zaragoza thing that then
Yeah.
got used for
Yeah.
something else. I've got that. The Buxom Furs, and I think that got released. Or at least there was a version that was released. A few other cars in here. Lilac, that's another one.
Yeah.
Really cool car. I don't know why that never really got released. It was absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with it, as far as I could see. I asked him about it, and I think it was like uh, I think it was the bits behind the bumper when it fell off. He wasn't happy about it,
Fair
so he
enough.
didn't release the car. It's like, but no one sees them.
Yeah, I know, but Vanilla Works is very much an elitist server. It is very much it has to be perfect, or it shouldn't be released. Um, so if
Mm,
someone feels like they don't like it, then they won't release it. I
yeah,
mean, I'm the same, but I'm
I
definitely a
get
little
you.
bit less strict because a lot of people do want the mods, and people hate it when mods are just
Right.
locked away and
Oh,
nothing's done with them.
I can think of how many. So I've been.
In a
See,
bit.
Ethan, I'm trying to think of how many mods because I've been in Vanilla Works since the museum became the museum. Like before that, I was
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
old
me too.
server.
I've been in since mid 2019.
Yeah, I think I've left and joined the current one a couple times, but I can't remember when I joined the museum.
Yeah,
So I'm before it was a museum. So I'm trying to think cars that I've seen over the years that I'm sad have yet to appear. The Leon, the 206,
yeah.
because it's on the free roam server. God damn it, finish it, please.
Hmm.
The I know it got sold off and then it's kind of just gone into a pit of someone's hard drive, but the Gamma,
No, that's
the
been
old
released
one.
now on
Oh no, that's what I'm sad
uh
about.
5M.
Is it
Yep, looking at it yesterday.
on what on five mods?
Yeah. Oh no, on 5M.
Oh, so someone's just put it on a server.
Uh, yeah. Let's have a look at how that's doing. Yeah, that's all right. Need to scroll down a little bit. No, on here we go.
Oh, it's on the forums.
Yeah,
Why the fuck would you release it on here?
because it was sold. He sold the rights to a server, and then the server decided to sell it.
Yeah. Oh, bastards.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, say it kind of comes under the same thing, but yeah, I mean, sure. Oh, Scorer. Oh, I can get that for probably nothing because I know them.
yeah,
They use the same framework as we do. Scorer, you fucks. I'm gonna DM the owner and be like, "Hey, do you want my hunting script?"
yeah, yeah,
Hey, you've been asking me about my chop shop script. Maybe I'll do a trade.
yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. I didn't realize Scorer had it. Okay, bastards. Actually, I'm gonna message him and just call
Yeah,
him a
because I
dick.
fucking loved the game. I was one of the bug testers for it. I absolutely loved it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to DM him and call him a dick, and then get him to give me the car.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, we help them out a lot because they're on the same framework. They're a tiny like UK theme server,
yeah,
so surprisingly they bought that. Actually, no, it makes complete sense why they bought that because it's a UK server.
exactly, exactly.
Yep. I'll speak to them see if we can get it from. Good to know. I'm trying to think of any others. Yeah, the Leon, the the Gamma before it now it has been released, but the Gamma was one. Um, there's definitely been more. a few of Xerox stuff where they post thousands of pictures of them and then they just don't release. That
Yeah.
saddens me.
Well,
Um,
just going on if I go on Vanilla Works.
that Porsche, that probably will come out, judging by how much that's getting
Which one?
lit up. The one that's currently getting spammed. I don't think it's purely Xerox one, is it? I've seen them post it, so I don't know who's making it.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure who's making it.
Yeah,
But yeah, they've also got the OEM Cayman.
yeah. Like,
This was made by Smart for a server. But it'll release.
oh,
I'm not a massive fan of the underbite.
no,
It definitely needs a front bumper, but I think the rest of it's alright. I don't know if you've seen
yeah,
this.
yeah. I've scrolled up here the other night. Was looking at this.
Yeah, waiting for
Yeah,
for the
Odyssey.
M4 to release.
Yeah, there's a bunch of nice stuff, and it's I know stuff ends up in the abandonware bin.
Yeah.
I know the story behind, and I'm not going to say it because it'll be on a recorded stream, but of the forbidden mod that no one that doesn't exist.
Okay.
That I was told that it just doesn't get acknowledged that it does exist.
Well,
Um,
there's a bunch that I can think of off the top of my head that doesn't get acknowledged that they existed.
the person who made it just vanished one day. No
Oh
one's heard
yeah,
from him
yeah.
since.
No, yeah,
Yeah,
no. I
that
know what
one.
you're talking about. Is it a
I
certain Japanese car?
Yes,
Yes. Okay.
I mistakenly now have it.
Really?
Yeah, I have it. I think I asked you about it
I don't
a
remember.
while ago now. Yeah,
I will be making another one at some point. One that's actually released.
yeah. Um, I have that. It was mistakenly in a work in progress pack from Japan,
Huh?
and I saw it, and I'm like, "The fuck is this?" Looked at it, I was like, "Oh no, I know what this is."
Yeah.
Immediately was like, "The fuck is this?" And they were like, "Oh shit." Um, and they basically just said, "Whatever. It's been years.
Yeah.
I don't see a point in keeping this thing just hidden away anymore. Like, it's basically done,
Yeah.
minus like two or three things. It was basically finished." And that's when I was like, "Fuck me, this thing technically is not supposed to exist." And up until that point, I thought legitimately did not exist outside of maybe a shell, and a render,
Yeah.
of when it was rendered. But to see that it was a fully ported,
Fully ported
working,
with some tuning as well and livery mapping.
yeah, yeah, all there, and to bring it up to modern standards would just be add some extra pulled off of other car mod parts,
Yeah.
just refit them. It was clearly missing. I think it was a rear bumper that wasn't there.
Yeah.
It had the front, the skirts, but no rear bumper to match, which was odd. But like it was there, like just having that shape would have been enough.
Yeah.
But I was told by people just like, yeah, no, don't, because you can't ask the person if you can use it. And I was like, they're probably never going to come back.
They are still around. I've
Yeah,
talked to them a couple of times.
I looked into, because I remember seeing the render of it, and I was like, judging by what they were saying in that post and what I was told by a few people, I was like, I know exactly what happened to them. They got a job, which
Exactly.
meant that they were not allowed to do this anymore.
Yeah.
So they basically were like, and they just had to go, because it's like, what are you going to choose? A career doing this kind of thing, or this? You're going to choose
Exactly.
the career, aren't you? So it's like they clearly probably care, but like they're not able to anymore, probably because of obligations. Like you can't exactly be doing a job in the industry and be making bloody
Mods
more car
against the
mods.
industry.
Yeah, against the industry. Yeah.
There are a couple of creators that have gone into like industry stuff from VanillaWorks, which is pretty cool. I mean, obviously
Yeah, yeah.
you've got that person who we think has gone, but we don't know. But Eduardo, I think he's doing the F1 liveries right now, which is fucking
Oh,
sick.
nice. Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah. Hopefully not the Alpine one, but yeah, nice.
I think he does Aston Martin.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
McLaren's latest F1 livery. Fucking hell.
The other forbidden one I have, is a left-hand drive urban
Oh yeah, Project
from
Homecoming
Suka.
version.
For Suka. Yeah, I got that, and I can't remember how I knew that was a thing. How did I know that was a thing?
Probably
And
because
then
of
I
Project
managed.
Homecoming, it being on Project Homecoming.
No, never been on there. Never even seen it.
Really?
How did I? I'm trying to remember how I found out about it. Was it in a picture somewhere? Fuck.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
people
remember.
generally after like the original RH5 just didn't really like um, left-hand drive vehicles, so that's why none have really been done since.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I remember seeing that it was a thing, and I reached out to Suka asking about it, and they basically said that they kind of made it without being told they could.
Oh,
But the story was basically that they never got permission to make a left-hand drive swap, but they just did it because they wanted to, because they were of their opinion. This was a long time ago, so I might be slightly incorrect on what they said. Was that they to them it's like if you're going to make the right-hand drive version, that you should just have a left-hand version because it's America. Like just make a left-hand. It's so easy to just make the left-hand version of it.
yeah.
So they just did it because they wanted to,
I
because
meant
it was easy
right-hand
to do.
drive. Yeah, right-hand drive isn't really used anymore. Yeah, that's what I
No,
meant.
no. So yeah, they made the left-hand one because we wanted to put in the urban, but it's like it's right-hand drive, and the only right-hand drive car we have is the Euros Classic, the 300,
Yeah,
which we give that the law of it being an import, so we auction them in game. We run auction events, and people come and do like a live auction and bid
yeah,
to own them. So we only put in like so many, so that they're a rare car because they would be, and it adds a little player-to-player market for them. So we're like, well, we can't really do that with a fucking City Turbo. It's a bit weird. Like we can, but it'd be nice if there was one that was just standard, because whatever. So and then I managed to get permissions from, I want to say it was Stig,
okay,
who I think it was Stig, who said
yeah,
they didn't even know it existed.
yeah,
They just said, yeah, sure, you can use the urban. I don't. I
cool.
was like, okay. Kazuka was like, unless you get permissions from them or Dark, like or the DA7K, I'm
Yeah,
assuming it's
D7K.
Dark, D7K, then I won't give it to you. And I was like, well, Stig said it's fine. He goes, oh, here you go then.
Oh, okay.
So we're probably one of the very few servers out there that actually have that.
Yeah,
So we got a few unreleased stuff like that is the um is a result of not being dickheads and being respectful.
yeah.
Like,
A lot of people try and
um,
cheat the system nowadays, especially with everything being law. I mean, I remember one of the worst problems or the worst things that were happening at the time when I joined Vanilla Works was C-Style and C-Style ripping models. Do you remember C-Style?
mm, vaguely, yeah.
Yeah, C-Style being the like roleplay
Oh,
server
yes, 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 yes.
which did all the like work in progress builds, and everyone would like make body kits for their cars and stuff like that, which I really like the
Mm,
idea of. I love that idea,
mm,
and I love the style that they did stuff in.
mm-hmm.
But I but you couldn't sympathize with them because of how much they would just skirt all the rules and then hate on Vanilla Works after stealing the cars.
Yeah, for us, it's been if so the way I've always approached it was if someone doesn't have it in their 5M description on their 5 mods, sorry,
Yeah,
like that you can use this as long as credits are given, or you can use this on 5M. It's whatever. Some people put it in there,
yeah,
or then I'm like, cool. Well, we don't monetize anything anyway, and whenever we do our patch note updates, I tag all the cars in there. Like sometimes we're terrible at doing change logs,
yeah,
but when we do a change log, I put it in there.
yeah,
And it hyperlinks back to that page where the car was released. If the car's an unreleased model, it hyperlinks to their 5 mods profile.
yeah,
So we cover that. That's fine. Um, if it's like contact me on Discord, then obviously I reach out on Discord and ask like, hey, what kind of terms do you have? And it's always don't paywall it, don't lock it behind anything. It's like that's fine, we don't. We've even had Fenton, because Fenton was one of the first people that we looked to get like a blanket permission for their releases, because they had just so many sort of obscure vehicles that are very handy,
yeah,
like vans and trucks and things. And they were like, they wanted to see what we were up to. Well, we just gave them a whitelisted role on the Discord so they can see everything. It's like, here you go. You can just see what we do. Like, it's fine. We haven't got nothing to hide. and then the ones where it's like there's none, there's just nothing, no mention of anything on there. It's like I don't really know how to go with this, and I usually look at like, okay, who is on the credit list for this? And it's like, okay, well, I've already spoken to them. Like they've modelled this. It's just released under someone else's account.
Yeah.
Like John Doe has that, where a couple of the cars that John's put out has been modelled by someone else, and John's just kind of helped put it together and send it.
Yeah.
So it's been difficult to catch everyone. I think the the one that was the most difficult was Tepig,
Oh yeah.
because we had some of Tepig's stuff because they had nothing on their pages. You know, they had nothing about 5M at all. They were just like, here you go. I was like, okay. And this was a while ago, and then I was going through all the releases we have, and I'm like, okay, who here have I not spoken to yet that I need to? And I was like, ah, shit, hang on, Tepig's on here. And I think they released something that had that new copy-paste VanillaWorks license agreement thing in it, which, sure.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I can't DM them because they don't have DMs turned on. And I was like, I don't really want to ask it in the general chat of VanillaWorks because that's basically asking to get shat on.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, but I'm going to have to because I don't want us to use this without knowing that it's okay. So I did it, and they just said, yeah, that's fine. But at the time, I was thinking, please don't say no, because we're fucked if you say no, because people love these cars.
Yeah.
like the Ari and the Asteroid RS. Like,
Yeah.
holy shit, they're popular. Some of the wide body stuff they've done as well. We have a very unique way of doing the wide bodies where you don't buy them, you get them. Well, you buy the base model, and then you put it into this mechanic I made where they charge you a fee for a conversion. It's like a non-player controlled thing. So you pull it up.
You use a
go,
Benny's conversion script. Pretty much.
kind of, but it's our own like law brand, a Fanon brand
Yeah.
that we use for our stuff. You pull it up with your Sultan Classic, and you go, hey, I want the wide body.
But it's essentially
that'd
the
be
same
40
thing,
grand.
basically.
Yeah, you want 40 grand. Okay, pay 40 grand. They take the car off you for like 2 to 4 real days, and then you get an email in game saying, hey, your car's ready, come get it.
Cool.
And you go back and you pick the car up, and it comes out in like primer grey. So stuff like that. But yeah, we've tried with everyone, and others it's been like, you know, hey, is it okay if we apply this to anything you release? Because otherwise I'll be bugging you constantly. You know, like, hey, this one. Most have just said, yeah, whatever, like, it's fine.
Yeah.
I think the only person that said no is Bob.
Bob.
322 or something.
Fuck.
You know, Bob. Yeah, Bob said no.
Huh.
They were just flat out. I was like, are you okay for us to use your stuff in 5M? We don't monetize. We put credits in patch notes, which are on a website. You know, people can see where it all comes from, blah, 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 blah. And they're just like, no. Like, I don't want my stuff on 5M. I was like, okay. I mean, that's fine. Obviously, it's entirely up to them.
Yeah, just wouldn't expect it from Bob.
Yeah, Bob was flat out no. I think I mentioned it to someone before, and they were like, yeah, Bob fucking hates 5M. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, no, he doesn't like it, but just for it to be no.
Yeah, it was like, no, I don't want my stuff on 5M.
Oh, okay.
I was like, that's fine. Yeah, it wasn't just like, no. It was just there, they don't want it. I was like, yeah, that's fine. Bit of a shame, because they had some like edits that were quite nice, but, you know, whatever.
Yeah, Bob. I mean, Bob's just got a lot. Bob has fuck tons of stuff. So
yeah, a lot of it's just like model edits, you know, like it's a 4-door version of a Dune loader or something, which is cool. It's like, that'd be really cool, but we can't use it.
yeah,
So I think everyone else has been absolutely fine with it. Everyone's either said like, yeah, like blanket perms basically for any releases. I think the only person who's had a different one was Dayash. She wanted us to reach out for each individual one they ever release, which is fine.
okay.
So I don't too sure. Why,
Dashi of all people, that's weird.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's just maybe
She wants to know.
yeah, she wants to know. Yeah, and I'm fine with it. Like I've said it to Chum a few times. Like I occasionally I'll check in on Chum, see how he's getting on. You know, if he's alive.
Yeah.
I know he's doing his school and stuff. Just to see how they're getting on. I check in on Fenton every so often as well, just see how they're doing. And I said, like, for me, it's the problem is when for me as a 5M like dev, is that I don't I understand why, but I don't like that we're all painted with the we're scum shitheads
Yeah.
by people. Like when people shit on 5M in the public channels, and it's like you're the people that I talk to and are absolutely chill with me. It's kind of wrong. Like we're not all like that,
One hundred
you
percent.
know. You know,
It
we're
the situation where people were having their mods like sold.
re-uploaded. Yes, yeah,
Just that's pretty much made the entire community against 5M itself, which is a mass
yeah.
generalization which shouldn't have been made.
No,
Um,
and it's I try and I mean I even had Suka like I kind of called them out a little bit. They were talking about something to do with 5M, and I just said I feel attacked, and they said I said most servers. I was like exactly. Make sure like do clarify most servers, not all. Like,
yeah,
we all all I'm trying to do is put the stuff that people are making for others to enjoy in an environment where people can enjoy it together.
yeah.
That's it.
Being a vehicle dev in the lore scene is pretty much being both a developer yourself and a
PR
developer, a
rep.
compiler, and a social relations manager all in one,
Yep.
trying to
Yep.
make it all work.
Yeah. Like, and it's been good so far. Like, I still tread on eggshells a lot because if someone turned around and said I don't want my stuff on the server anymore, holy shit, we're fucked. Because it's not as simple. Just take it out. Like,
Yeah,
you know, it's a
everything's
big
carefully
project.
compiled.
Yeah, like I can remove the car's files really easily, but then anyone who owns one, well, what do we do then? Because that who's bought one on their character, it's
Yeah,
like, well, it's not a racing server where I just take it out and you can't spawn it anymore. People have earned money in the game and have bought one from an in-game dealership, and it's now in their garage at home. How do we explain that that car's now just gone, and how do we have to then find everyone who has one,
repossessed for tax
re
evasion.
yeah, repossess, reimburse them the money they would have spent to buy it, like because it's a kind of an out of game reason. Obviously, we can just say, hey, just say the car was recalled for safety concerns. Like if
Yeah,
someone asks why you don't have your, Bordeaux Arias anymore or something, I don't
yeah,
know. So trying to maintain good relations is very difficult. Which is why I'm quite proud of how many creators that I've been able to have at least that agreement with.
yeah,
Um, which is why when I've seen other servers that are just using shit that I know people ask for perms for, and I'm like, I'm fairly sure you haven't asked anyone. It really annoys me.
yeah,
It's just respect, for fuck's sake. Like,
yeah,
come on. Um, it doesn't take you 5 minutes just to shoot a DM and just be like, hey, can I use your stuff on
yeah.
5M? If so, what are the conditions? Like, it's really not hard. Um,
Yeah, I remember like trying like because I wanted to try and make everyone okay with C Star because I liked the idea of C Star. So I
mm,
remember reaching out to creators and stuff like that, and like talking to them, saying, "Hey, I'm always here to help you improve models and stuff like that. But I've got to ask, why aren't you asking permission for any of this?" And they're like, "Oh, it's really hard to like get in contact with these creators." But I don't know a single creator other than Tepeg that has their DMs closed.
yeah,
Like,
everyone's had them open, or I've been able to add them, and
yeah,
they've responded pretty quickly. Yeah.
and I just
Um,
don't understand why that's always been an issue for other
the,
people.
mm. The
When
only time it gets into a grey area is when it's a Vanilla Works page release, like the Callista.
always boy wand, it's either boy wand, DA7K or Stig. Those are the only three people that are permitted to be a part of the VanillaWorks page release. That aren't just
Yeah.
like in credits for like smaller stuff.
Yeah, when it's like Boy One putting it up, but there's been stuff on there over time, like from ages ago, and it's like the Euros Classic was a while back, and it's like I don't even know who on this. So it's like I don't even
Yeah,
know. But I feel like now because I've had that I've got a good rapport with a few people, and I've reached out to a bunch that like if I'd fucked up somewhere where I'd either forgotten or like we have something and it's like oh shit I haven't asked the right person, I've got enough people that know that that's not a malicious intent, where it's like it's just a mistake. Like
Yeah.
if someone pulled me up and I'd be like, well, you can ask Fenton, Chum, Dayashi, you, Gom, John Doe, Wib, Stig, Suka, Lapan, etc. Tademo, because I've just, I mean, they have to say yes, you can use it on 5M, but I've like said thanks for the models in chats before. Like, you know, I've spoken to them briefly.
Yeah.
Ed, I know he's a handling guy, but like he's spoken to me before, and I've had chats with him. Like he, on you know, might recall who I am or something. Like I have, I could say like, you know, all these people I've spoken to, like it's just an honest mistake. Like
Yeah.
my bad. So it's not like they find a server that's using tons of stuff and no one knows who they are. Like they've never heard of the person before. So I do my best to avoid it, like to avoid making mistakes. But end of the day, I'm not making fucking nothing. Like I don't get even paid for what I do.
Really?
None of us do. No.
No.
Not a single person on the New Day dev team gets paid.
Fuck.
None of us. The only people, the only two people that have ever been paid anything were the people that made the framework we use because they're contractors.
Yeah.
So if we want like a huge piece of content made that's very ingrained in their framework, then obviously they do it on like a commission basis, same as like what you would with cars.
Yeah.
I have been gifted a pizza by the owner in the last 3 years. That's it. None of us ask. Like none of us want anything because we do it because we like. I do it because I enjoy seeing people enjoy the stuff that I make, and that's why all of us do it. That's why our clothing devs, like they do it because they enjoy seeing people make their outfits. I port cars and fix up cars and, you know, do all that stuff so that people can enjoy racing and cop chases, off-roading, whatever it is they want to do. And they've got all the choice, you know, and get to enjoy what's out there. I do code for the same reason. You know, people can enjoy, I don't know, chopping cars or breaking into an ATM.
Yeah, hey Reese. So I'm just basically just talking with one of the developers of New Day RP, who's actually commissioned the Mochi. Just talking about his job and pretty much.
Yeah, my volunteer second job.
Yeah, pretty much.
But I legitimately spend more hours working on New Day than I do my real job.
Yeah.
And that's been the case for the last 3 years. That New Day is almost 3 years old. I think it launched April 2020.
Yeah.
2021, sorry, not 2020. Something like that, about April time. And I was involved from about now. So yeah, I've just probably hit my 3 years working there, and then I did a year previous somewhere else. About a year or so. But yeah, it's all volunteer, and a lot of people don't realise that. Even our own community, when we tell them, it's like, you realise we're all volunteers. They're like, what? I thought you got paid. No.
Yeah.
No, my friend. We're not NoPixel or Onyx, who, you know, have such a huge, like, I'm not going to say business model, but business model.
Yeah.
Where they can pay their developers, you know, which has its pros and cons, of course. But
I mean, I've applied for the developer position at Onyx. I've been commissioned by the main vehicle leader of Onyx for stuff to go on Onyx. So
nice.
that's something that may happen, but stuff like this, I'm always gonna have time for. You are paying me at the end of the day, but I could be doing a lot of other things.
Yeah.
And obviously a K12 Micro isn't the most desirable car for 5M. So I'm always happy to make the shitboxes. Does you know? Oh yeah, fucking Reese calls this thing the Anis Zaza because well it looks from the front.
The Anis what? Sorry.
Zaza.
Yeah, I think, like, I mean, I hope you get it. Like, you know, if you do get it, congratulations. You know, because I'll probably forget. Do let us know if you get it. I don't actually know who the lead is on Onyx.
Junkie WRX, he's a Twitch streamer.
Oh, Junkie, yeah. I've seen them chatting in VW. No, in VW. Yeah, Junkie. I haven't spoken to him personally, but I do know the name.
Yeah. He
Yeah,
hangs
I
out in
haven't.
here a lot, so you see him a lot.
That's where I've seen him. It's in here.
Yeah.
I need to call him out, but like, I hear you're my enemy. um, no, like a lot of people have asked me over the years, like, what do you think of NoPixel? What do you think of like Wise Guy? What do you think of this server? I'm like, I don't give a shit
Yeah.
personally. Like, in a harsh way. Like, I really don't care. Like, I look at it as if you put two mechanics in a room and to ask them how to fix a car, they would come up with two different ways to do it.
Yeah.
Like I do what I do the way I do it because it's what I was asked to do when I first joined, and it's just how I like to do it. Someone else will do it in a completely different way, and that's fine. If that's what they want and it's what their community like and it works for them, great. There's no wrong way to do it. There's no wrong way to do like vehicle handling or the way you set the cars up like in a balance sense or anything like that. If it works for you, then it works for you.
Exactly.
So like the like I've seen bits of Onyx, like, 'cause I know it's obviously still new, and like some of the people over there and stuff, and it's just different. It's
Yeah.
What it will become in the long run, we don't know. Will it kind of have a similar vibe to NoPixel, or will it kind of be a bit more on the, I would say, the more serious side of things compared to somewhere
I
like
think they
NoPixel?
are already carving out their own sort of distinct shape away from NoPixel. Obviously, you've got
Yeah.
developers from NoPixel and Wise Guy, who was pretty much
Hmm.
the face of NoPixel.
Yeah.
But you've got people where it is a lot more realistic from what I've seen.
Hmm.
There was a lot more daily stuff happening, like daily community interactions. Uh, it's a lot
That's,
more realistic and also involved than NoPixel is, but
mhm.
it's still got a long way to go. Still got a long
Yeah,
way
it's
to
still
go.
new. Yeah. Um, I mean, the funny thing is when New Day started, because New Day is born from the people that started Wild West on Red Dead, and they were like, "Why don't we make a GTA server for fun?"
Yeah,
They expected it to be a 64 slot side project, not a 400 slot rocketing up into the top 10 English speaking servers
yeah,
in very quickly. And we've been a victim of success in that we rocketed up so fast that we initially in the 1.0 version we couldn't keep up. Like, it just wasn't built to support the growth it had.
yeah,
And it's only really been in the last couple years that when the 2.0 version of it came out, that we've been able to really sort of dial in on what we are and how we do things. And it is very different to most places,
yeah,
to the frustration of some and to the appreciation of others. Um, because we don't go about certain things like other servers do. We do have things that are more realistic. Some things are more restricted, more obscure. We don't mark, like, for example, we don't tell you where the chop shop is. You have to find that out yourself. We
yeah.
don't put it on the map. Little things. Um, and it's some people go, oh, the server might be anti-criminal, which is funny because it's really not. But and that is usually the people that have come from places where that side of gameplay is much more accessible and open from the get-go.
Yeah.
So they think
Where it's
we are,
encouraged.
where it's encouraged. Whereas for us, it's like we have plenty of people that do illegal stuff, but you kind of have to put a bit of effort in to figure it all out. It's more of a, how do I do this? Talk to people, get shown things,
Less
go
amount
find form.
of hand holding.
There's a lot less hand holding. Yeah, we do a lot less hand holding with things. We let the community, figure it out themselves. We'll put in a whole new piece of content and we won't even tell anyone it's been put in. Like, we'll put in, I don't know, a new,
That
we'll say
sounds
like
like
a new
bad
heist or
development to
something.
start off with.
Like, yeah, like we might add a new, I don't know, like I added the ability to rob ticket machines. You
Yeah,
could steal from ATMs. You could smash open ATM machines and rob them. And someone put in a suggestion of, could we have one that's like a more petty version where you basically like break into parking machines to get the change out of them? And that was because, like, for homeless characters or something. And I was
yeah,
like, yeah, sure. I can literally repurpose the same code and just change it up. But when I finished it, I didn't put it in patch notes. Hey, you can rob ticket machines now. No, people will figure that out on their own.
Yeah.
Like, that's something for you to figure out that you can do. It's more like a discovery, and when someone figures it out, they tell their friends, and then it just spreads like that, and it's more natural. If we want you to know, then we'll tell you how to get started, or we'll hint that something's happened. Yeah, we'll put something vague that doesn't tell you what it is, but people can work it out. Whereas other places, it's all very much like on a more of a cops and robbers sort of style.
Yeah.
And that's fine. If people enjoy it and that's what they want to do, absolutely fine. My only issue is when people try and make servers, I'm not going to say it's exclusive to us, is when people try and make a server do something like somebody else, copy them.
Yeah.
Because I think that it's, and you see it at times when someone might play on NoPixel, Onyx, Prodigy, us, whoever else, and they go and they've got their 9 out of 10 things. They've got their 9 eggs. They've got maybe they've got the cars they like. They've got a group that they run with. They're established. They're known. Blah blah blah. They can log in and they're involved in stuff and they have a great time. But there's that one egg that they just don't have, or it's something that isn't quite right, and they can't accept that that's just not going to happen. They can't have all their eggs.
Yeah.
And they just don't know how to shut up about it in the nicest way possible.
Yeah.
So we get it sometimes where you've got people that have their gang is established. They've got gang clothing that they've got. They have their turf. They've got cars and money, and they're fully established and they're ingrained in the server. But they can't. There's like one criminal mechanic or one mechanic that either we don't have or don't do in a certain way, and they will just constantly bash on about it, how it's basically the end of the world.
Yeah.
And it's like, come on. If it's really that big a deal and somewhere else does it the way you like it, in a not horrible way, go and play there. Like, not in a fuck off then if you don't like it, but more in like a respectful sense of, if we don't do it the way you like but somewhere else does, then maybe you'd have more fun there, which is fine. Like, go and have fun. That's why the server exists. It's for people to have fun. It's like going to Burger King and complaining that they don't do their fries like McDonald's. Well, then go buy them at McDonald's then.
Yeah.
That's the biggest problem servers have. And I'm not bashing on anyone, but it's because of big servers like NoPixel and like Onyx is going to be, because they have so much publicity and influence and content. Everyone thinks that that's how everywhere should be. Everyone should copy them.
When servers want to have their own brand identity away from the Onyx stuff.
Yeah. One of the thing that we get a lot of praise for is our civilian, our legal side of things. Non-criminal activities. Just how much effort was put into that, compared to other places where you might get like a delivery job, a trucking job,
which there's already scripts for. It's not much work needed to put in.
No, I mean, so like you'll get servers where they basically have generic, do this to get some change, but all of like the really juicy mechanics are all illegal. They don't really care too much about people being regular civilians, whereas we kind of went the other way, where we added, a complete business management system and a full like commerce and labor department, and people get in all kinds of what we call them imports, but they get like we've got a bunch of people that make 3D props, so people get like plushies made, for their business, and they can sell these plushies and like collectibles. People have like massive collections of just shit.
Yeah.
But like limited run items that these businesses can have, and restaurants with their own menus and food they cook, and they can go do Uber deliveries and stuff like to sustain their business. All the mechanic shops, if you want your car customized, a player has to do it. You can't just drive up to somewhere and do it in a menu. The player has to do it for you. Things like that. We really focused on that, And the criminal side, like we have the sort of standard activities for a criminal, and then we've now started adding some more advanced stuff for people to do. And a lot of people praised us for having the opposite approach to start with. So we just do it differently. We
Yeah.
don't discredit illegal stuff, but we also want to make sure that there's plenty of things that can keep you like a regular civilian, if that's what you want.
Because, like you said, that's the trap that that servers go into. It becomes a cops and robbers server
Yes.
instead of a roleplay server.
Yeah.
There is no
Yeah,
option. It is either you do crime or you don't really do anything.
Yeah. Whereas there's people that on the server who have never done any crime. They run a business that sells, little collectible items or little vanity items, that you can use. And they do like, photo shoots, or maybe they write articles for one of the newspapers. They set up events. We have events every single day
Yeah.
for you to go and do, like, go and hang out with people and socialize and get into that escapism that we kind of go for.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if I look now, so we've got a calendar that syncs to the phone in game, so you can see. So what date is this? It's February the 13th. So today there's a nightclub Valentine's event and a
Fucking it's Valentine's Day tomorrow.
It is, yeah.
So to be
Yes,
lonely for one year.
yeah, there's a Valentine's event at one of the nightclubs, and there's also Taco Tequila Tuesdays at one of the pubs.
Yes, please.
Tomorrow there is a public ride with one of the MCs, and also a Valentine's Day party at one of the other like restaurant bars.
Cool.
15th, there's one of the businesses is opening their soup kitchen. There's the Blood Night Bouts Championship Finals on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Saturday has Fuck Love at the Purple Fantasy Strip Club.
All right.
There's an album release concert. There's another nightclub that's grand opening, and there's also a publicly open court case that you can go and watch if you want to watch that.
Great. Fun for
This
the family.
entire month, this entire month, the only day that doesn't have anything going on that's in the calendar is this Sunday. Every other day there is something happening.
Yeah.
So
it actually sounds like a really good server. Like, I don't play on roleplay servers that much. There's only two servers that I play on, if I do, and that is SAR Roleplay, San Andreas Republic, because that's a more relaxed one with that's more like lore. It's more like scenario based. Just hop on, you make your own thing, and that's about it.
I know the kind of servers like DOJ does that a little bit.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
I mean, I grew up watching like Bay Area Bugs and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
And then you have Eclipse Roleplay, which is on.
I know Eclipse.
Pardon?
They're public, aren't they? They're public, aren't they?
Kind of. They're not 5M. They're Rage. I play on Rage for that.
Rage. Yeah, I've heard of them. We had a few people come over from Eclipse.
Yeah. So I like that sort of style as well, because that's what my mate IRL plays. So I roleplay with him on that. But I've been trying to convince him to come over to 5M for a while. Because we've been playing Mega, we've been playing it's great for 5M's great for mini games. So we've been playing Mega, we've played a bit of the Y Drop server, we've played Busted, we've done all the main stuff. But convincing him to swap over after being there for like 6 years is hard.
Oh yeah, no, of course. It's something to dabble in. Like for us, and as to resend that I've sold the server to you. Like I'm not trying to sell it. I'm just trying to be like the differences between.
I mean, I'm trying to sell it at this point, so.
We're not perfect in any way at all.
Yeah.
Like we do have a huge staff team. I couldn't even name, like, there's mods and staff that I don't even know. There's just so many of them across the time zones to cover everything. Like,
yeah.
The server will always have its problems. You're always going to have that one group that are just a nuisance. You're always going to have like that one person who's just a bit of a prat. there's always going to be like something that just needs addressing. Like every community has. Um, it's it's a server that's not built on like profiteering like other servers are. Like
Yeah.
I'm not saying NoPixel or Onyx or Prodigy or any of these other servers because I don't I know NoPixel has a lot of money stuff involved, but like the smaller servers, the ones that you'd see and they have Tebex pages, you know, those sorts of ones.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the server exists because we want to provide to people to have fun. Like that's what you ask any of our devs, that's why we do it.
Yeah.
Because we want to go in no clip after a patch goes out and watch the ants run around and mess with this thing that we've worked on, you know.
Yeah.
And it's all the little things that we do to that I think makes us different from like all the things I've said, all the events and all the other systems we have. We have someone that made a fully working analog camera system because
Okay.
people were taking so many screenshots, and we have like photographers in game, people that go to events and they get hired to be the event photographer, and we'll get
Yeah.
our map team to make like a photo booth that's a custom for the event. So if it's like Valentine's Day, there will be a Valentine's themed photo booth.
Yeah.
And we have people that do all the photos and stuff. And we have a gameplay dev who's really good. He made a fully functioning in-game camera system. So you buy your camera, you buy film, take the pictures, it saves them as negatives, you get them processed, and then you can make little photo albums that you can then give to other players, and they can flick through your photo album,
That's cool.
you know, and look at those things. Or it gives you IMGA links or hosted links, and you can just paste them into Discord if you want.
Yeah.
You know, we've got I don't know how much it's used so much these days, but we've got systems in place for people to publish books, magazines,
Okay.
flyers. That's all a thing. We have trading cards. A lot of people, a lot of businesses or government departments have trading cards that you can collect.
That's pretty funny.
You know, and like I was saying, with all the collectibles, you know, people do that sort of stuff. We do, you know, the car auction things, you know, for people to go to, and all little bits that we just try and do. And there's no, it's not like, oh, you want this kind of, oh, you want collectibles like an actual 3D plushie that your character can hold and you can play sounds from it. You know, like it has like little voice lines and things. Oh, you can get that because you're a 2,000 viewer streamer or something. It's like, no, we don't give a shit if you stream or not. Like, have you gone through the hoops? Have you, you know, gone through the same process that everyone else has to? Have you waited for your turn? Like, have you done what you need to do? Okay, cool. Here's yours, you know.
Yeah.
And that's how we kind of approach it. Let's check what he says. Fun up is you end up wandering around until something happens, but it seems like there's a lot being done. So, people that are like nervous, because obviously if you're on your own, you join a brand new server, you know nobody, you don't know how things work, then my advice to people is sort of explore on your own, like go and just look at things. A lot of people on server, if you say you're new in town, you know, oh, I just got off the plane, I'm just kind of, you know, sort of going around getting a lay of the land, they will just take you on a fucking adventure and show you everything. You know, it's the people. If you go, oh, sorry, yeah, I'm just sort of having a look around, I'm new, they'll be like, oh shit, when did you get here? Oh, okay, yeah, no, cool. So like, what's your name? Oh, what are you interested in? What are you doing? Like, you looking for a job? Like, what kind of jobs you interested in? If you go, I want to go do trucking, they'll be like, oh yeah, go down here, do that, do this. They'll just basically become your guide, and you'll get their phone number, and then boom, like you basically, someone becomes a tour guide for you. And it's just being able to do that is the biggest step. A lot of people get, our systems are a lot different to most servers. We don't have like third eye, as they call it, and we don't have in almost none at all like 3D markers. You know, a lot of servers will have like circles on the floor or floating icons to
Yeah.
show where things are. We have none of that. We do it a different way, with like UI elements and things. It's a bit closer to how like I'm not gonna say like a AAA game, but how like a normal like commercial game would be released with. So
Yeah.
like for us, best way of describing how we did it is on servers, probably still now, but in the past, especially like with a clothing store, for it to know you're at the clothing store, it would check your distance to the clothing store every like so many seconds, and then when you were in the clothing store, you know, the menu thing would pop up, but it would constantly have to keep checking, you know, like every second. Are you in the clothing store? Are you in the clothing store? Blah blah blah. But you're in like the middle of nowhere. For us, as soon as you walk in the door of a clothing store, a little thing pops up on the screen, basically like a hey, you can do something here. And you press E, and it brings up clothing store. So it's like trigger zones. So while there isn't a floating T-shirt to show you where to stand, you can just stand anywhere inside the clothing store and it'll work. As soon as you walk out the door, the system turns off.
Yeah.
So it means in terms of optimization, nothing on the server gives a shit until you're doing it, and then it will start doing what it needs to do.
Yeah.
So it all turns on and off, which is why we can run 300 people and a shitload of custom assets and stuff, and it still survives and doesn't crash. Is because our code isn't also running all the time. But
how do you guys get scripts in and then do you optimize the code, or do you pick the scripts based on how optimized the code is, or
we write it all ourselves?
Yep, everything.
Yeah, there's only what do we have that's not purely in-house or from the framework itself? So there's a pull script, which is our core, which is partially rewritten to work with our systems and is optimized outside of what was accessible, because it's half escrow, half not.
Yeah.
Anything that's editable, I rewrote to work with our zoning system. So, like for example, with our core pull, it's a great script. Like it works perfectly. It's really good. But it would do the distance check, which is really awful to do. So it would just constantly be checking if you're stood next to a pool table, regardless of what you were doing. I recoded it so that it only starts checking anything when you walk into a zone around the pool tables. So you walk in and it goes, oh, you're in a pool zone. Okay, let's start looking for when you get near the pool table. As soon as you walk away from it, who cares? Turn it off.
Yeah.
So we've got like our core pool. We have, actually, I can just look. I actually can't remember. Not a lot. Everything else is in-house, so custom. So we have the pull script, and I think we have like a fire and a hose script, and that's it.
Yeah.
From what I can, that's the only two. Everything else is in-house. I was just looking at our custom folder, which is where that stuff normally goes. Yeah. And then I think, no, that's just a prop from Canby. Yeah, everything else is either in-house written, or if it's like a free script, we just rewrite the whole thing, but we look at them for the logic. So if it's something like, let's say I want to make a script that lets you push your car.
Yeah.
If it's broken down, I'll go and look for a free script out there that does what I want and go, oh, okay, that's how they're doing it. Then I'll just go and rewrite it myself and just do it our way to work with our systems. So, yeah, we've got, I think the dev team, which includes like everyone from modelers to, config, config slaves. I think we're at about 25 people.
Yeah.
Something like that, give or take. Probably, I think we just took on a couple more people as trials. Yeah, so it's all in-house stuff for like, all the usual bits and bobs you can think of. We write it all our own. So it's why, like, when someone goes, why can't you just add insert job or mechanic here? And it's like, because we can't just copy and paste like a script from 5mods from 5M mods page because it won't work.
Yeah.
We have to rewrite it. So I think the biggest rewrite was some casino stuff actually for some slot machines
Mm.
that we got. So we have like GTA Online style slot machines,
Yeah.
and I had to rewrite most of that script. So I think it's only really the sort of chance logic and the just like the way it detects the machines. I think most of that is the only thing that remains. The rest of it is all like, holy shit, why is this in a like a true loop?
Yeah.
No, you don't need this. So
Horrible script to start off with, and then you just made it better.
pretty much, yeah. We if you're like stood in the middle of Legion, just stood there doing nothing, very little is actually running. There's just some like core functions like tracking where you're stood, processing your like basic income ticks. Like every 10 minutes, you get like some social money,
Yeah.
basically. And things like tracking your health and stuff for the UI, all those kinds of things just run in loops when you're walking around. But everything like the clothing system, the shops, jobs, crime, all of that stuff is just off. It
Yeah.
isn't even running. And then as soon as you start interacting with it, it will turn on until it doesn't need to be used, and it will turn off again.
Okay.
So it's really nice. It's quite nice to work on. It's very modular now as well. Like for simple systems, if I wanted to make a very simple job, um, nothing too complex, I can pretty much take most of something else and I could write it in a day or two and it'd be
Yeah.
working. I think my record is I wrote a very basic, but it was exactly what the person suggested, a Clucking Bell factory worker job. I wrote that in a day
Okay.
from start to finish, using snippets from other things I'd written. So it is fun. I mean, I couldn't code for shit before before I started. I got
Yeah.
taught from the owner a few things, and now less shit. But I've been a vehicle dev primarily. That's what I've got brought on to do. So I do vehicle dev, code, help with mapping if I'm needed. I do the weapon handling stuff as well for all the guns, so we don't have vanilla guns.
Mm-hmm.
And port stuff in as well, like models, and then do like some stuff on the server to bridge gaps. Like we try and make as much of an effort as we can to bridge the sort of in character and the out of character gap.
Yeah.
So for like when new cars get added, we have a company in game that's basically myself and my two testers, Average and Phone, that you've met.
Yeah.
Where we have this business, and the kind of the law is that's the business that handles the logistics of shipping these cars off the boats to the dealerships.
Yeah.
We're like the middlemen, so it means that rather than people always having to open tickets to ask for things or report issues, we can go and visit them in game and have like a meeting, and they can go, yeah, no, we've been selling quite a few of this, but there seems to be some kind of problem with, I don't know, the door hinges.
Yeah.
They can kind of tell us that there's a problem with the car, or they can ask for something. Hey, do you have an update on when we're going to get insert car model here?
Yeah.
And they don't have to sort of open tickets with us. And it means we can do things with like vehicles that we couldn't sell. It makes sense. Like, oh, we used to have government officials would have like shafters. Oh no, what was it? It was the shafter long wheelbase V12, but it had like semi bullet resistant glass.
Yeah.
And like bulletproof tires and stuff, so they were protected from threats, when they were out doing things, and it was like, well, where do they come from? From us. Like,
Yeah.
we provided them to the government, and we invoiced them.
Yeah.
So it just to bridge that sort of fourth wall a little bit. So it's like, okay, no, it's fun. Like, it's not, like I said, it's not for everyone.
Yeah.
I'm never gonna go, oh, New Day, best server ever. No, we're a server that is a choice. Like, some people join and they go, holy shit, this place is great. I love it here. I've met some great people, and they play, every night, and they hang out with people, and go sit in one of the bars and just shoot the shit and have fun, like some kind of role play chat room.
Yeah.
Some people jump on and go and hit a couple like store robberies and get in some cop chases and have a laugh doing that. Others go, this isn't for me because I can't jump into store robberies within the first 5 minutes of logging in. That's fine. If that there's a server that I'm sure will let you do that, and that's absolutely fine. Go have fun.
Yeah. Yeah. You're. It's more of a overall. Yeah. Overall, it seems like it's a server which you're trying to put as many opportunities which aren't diving just into crime as possible.
Yes. Pretty much. Yeah. Like, and we want the crime to be not all of it, but we want, especially the higher level crime, to have some level of effort required to figure it out or to do it.
Yeah.
Like, you want to rob a bank, it isn't just walk in and press E to rob bank. It's like, okay, what equipment do we need? How do we get the equipment? Do we need to make anything for the equipment? Okay, like hostages, what's the plan? How are we going to get away? Who's going to be the one doing the negotiating? Who's going to be the one looting the stuff if we get in? Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
When are we doing
how's
this?
the police requirements in the server?
In what sense? Like, how many require?
No. So what training and what requirements does someone have to meet in order to become a police officer?
So I don't believe there is a minimum time on the server
No.
required, but always recommend that no one applies until they understand how the server works in and out, in terms of like mechanics, like how to do things.
Yeah.
Like, if you're applying to be a cop and you don't know how to send an invoice to someone, probably shouldn't apply to be a cop
Yeah.
yet. So it's pretty much no warning points. We do a warning point and ban system. So you get points for things. If you reach 30 points, you get a ban. Unless it's something really bad, then you just get a straight ban. But yeah, we have a warning point system, and then over a certain period of time, the warning points get, like, they're no longer on your total, but they're still on your file record. Yeah. So basically, no warning points, or if you've got them for something that's kind of whatever, then they might overlook it. But if you're someone who's got 20 warning points for random death matching, they're probably not going to want you to be a cop. Unless it was like 2 years ago and you've been clean since then, then they might. Yeah, but basically, be clean, be a decent member of the community. You put an application in, and you wait to hear back from it, which can take quite a long time because there's so much interest, and the apps are always open, but they kind of do academies of small amounts.
Yeah.
And they put those guys through, see who gets in and stays, see who doesn't get in and maybe just stops being active and they get fired. So they just slowly drip people in to the force. So you get your academy day, you go do your academy where they run you through all the basics and get you set up with, give you the job, they give you access to the Google section with all the handbooks and all the SOPs and everything else you need. You'll do an academy night with a class of, I think it's usually 8 to 10, give or take.
Yeah.
Depends how many people they want to take on. You do that. Gives you the speedy rundown on how stuff works, and then you start doing your on-the-job training, which is like 2 hours typically of like Passenger Princess.
Yeah.
Where you'll go out with an FTO, you'll help them on calls, they'll ask you questions, you can ask them questions, blah blah blah. They'll get you to maybe like jump in and do a bit of radio, maybe process someone, kind of get your feet wet a bit. After that, you then start driving the car. The FTO comes out with you. You go through your sign-offs. You have to
Yeah.
like show that you're able to do, a bunch of different things. Like, can you drive? Can you process people? Can you negotiate at a bank robbery or something similar? Can you do investigations of like a crime scene? Blah blah blah. Once you've done all of those, and the FTOs are happy that you are basically ready for a final evaluation,
Yeah.
you book in a final eval with a senior rank, like corporal or something higher, I think. That you go out with them for a shift, and they basically just let you take the reins. They're there as your buddy, and you just go and do a shift. And then based on that, if you've been out long enough, they'll go, "Yep, you're fit for duty." They get you promoted up to an officer, and off you go.
Cool.
Or if you feel like you need more work, you kind of just go back in again. They go, "I think you need a bit more time. Go and just go do some more shifts, and then book in another evaluation, like in a week or something."
Yeah.
And then off you go, and that's it. You're a full officer, and then you you just continue to learn from there. They tend to aim for, unless there's anything that kind of delays you, you kind of go from your academy date, and they give you about 2 weeks to be making, either to get through it or to make good progress. You get like 14 days.
Yeah.
Obviously, if something happens and you have to kind of, you're not going to be able to get on, then you can just reach out and be like, "Oh, yeah, that's fine."
Yeah.
So it's yeah. I went through mine recently, so to get my character into an officer role,
Okay.
because I'd been on the cadet roster for a year because of my dev commitments. I just didn't get time to do it,
Yeah.
and I'm now labeled the forever cadet.
Fuck.
So I'm gonna get a plaque put up in the PD. And then yeah, you also can choose which departments. We've got LSPD, Blaine County Sheriffs, of the 2 departments, and then later on down the line there is internal transfers to the state police.
Yeah.
And we also have got park rangers, which is a whole different branch. Like, you apply for them separately. They're still law enforcement, but they're not under the same command structure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it seems to work. Like, it gets people in. So it's not too difficult. Like, it's more the wait, because there's so many people that are applying, and they only do it in small batches just to not overwork people and not do them constantly, because then the FTOs get burnt out and they don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah.
So for some people it can be months before they hear back. So that's why it's something where if you only want to join to be a cop, either you're going to be waiting a long time, or it's something you should have and play another character, while you wait,
Yeah.
Or if it's or play the character that you want to have as a cop and just keep your nose clean, like, don't get arrested.
Yeah.
So that's another thing. The character you're going to be a cop on can't have any felonies, obviously.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's quite intense. Like, when I was doing it, the amount of shit you need to do is kind of mad.
Yeah. What? How many characters are you allowed to have on the server? So is there a character system? Can you have 1 character, or
You can have 9.
9 characters?
9 characters. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, 9 characters. There's basically no restrictions on, like, if you have a cop, you can't have a crim. That's not a thing.
Yeah.
But like, if you have a cop in a certain role, you can't have like a ranger in a certain role.
Okay.
You kind of get capped on promotion. You can't have like a lieutenant as a cop and a lieutenant as a ranger. Your ranger could only go to like an officer equivalent.
Okay.
And there's rules about like conflicting out. So if you're in a gang on one character and you're in like detectives on another, if a crime happens with your gang, you have to choose
Which side you're going to play.
Which side you're going to play, yeah. You have to conflict out. So most people would conflict out their detective and go, my detective cannot investigate this because I'm involved on my crim.
Yeah.
So there's rules for things like that. But yeah, 9 characters and they can be whatever you want. Most people play like 2 or 3, like, a cop, a crim, and a civ, generally.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple silly ones, some stranger and freaks, as I call them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Best way to describe the right kind of weird character is someone who wouldn't be out of place in the single player.
Yeah. I mean, it just sounds like a really good server. It sounds like a well put together, well thought out server.
Yeah, at some
Which,
point I'd have to like show you. I mean, I mean, I need a stream on here. I can show you in here, like
yeah,
what it looks like. 'Cause I can just log in, just show you what it kind of looks like. Um, hang on, because I'm technically working, but as you can tell, nothing is going on today. It's a very quiet day.
yeah.
Um, what's this? We'll do this. Is oh, I'd reply to that email. Why is he replying? Yeah, hang on. I'll
I'm just making a custom engine right now, so I am making a K11 Nissan engine,
okay, yeah.
which is more of an exposed look, which will look better for the tuner stuff.
Yeah, true. Actually,
Where
Blue
instead of
stream.
having, oh hello,
it do be.
It do be.
It do be. It do be do.
Do
How you doing?
be. Good morning, everybody.
dying
gonna
people
say-
have arrived.
Okay, I'm not.
You are.
I went to bed, as you know. Sorry if I hijacked your stream for a second. I went
That's
to bed,
fine.
as you know. What, 3 hours ago? You think? 3
Okay.
hours, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Woke up in the middle of the night for the first time during COVID. No fever, but symptoms of one.
Okay.
What?
Weird.
What? Anyway.
Yeah, we were just shooting the shit anyway.
Yeah,
I know.
we've been talking about New Day. We've been and I've just been modeling.
I woke
Yeah.
up, saw you were live, clicked your stream, joined. First thing I heard was Mr. Sermlady's amazing voice.
Yeah, better than my voice, definitely.
I knew right away who it was too. So
That's concerning because it's been a while since we spoke.
I have a good memory.
Oh, you just can't get away from my sultry Britishness.
Oh my
Uh
god.
huh.
Even I'm
Whoa.
thinking that. Fuck.
Don't you should get average in here. It's even more. He's straight out of Farnham.
And I got a brand new combine harvester, and I'll give you the key.
It's like, oh yes, quite.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
he's very poshly spoken. Yeah.
MMT, can you screen share in here so I don't have a delay?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm keeping the thing open so you get that view. I'm just muted the tab so I don't hear like delay. But I was just gonna show.
Kind of sounds like fail race.
Oh my god.
Fail race. Hang on, what do I know? Fail race.
Hello, everyone.
What do I know? Fail
Welcome back
race?
to another lovely video.
No, it's gonna know me now. I know fail race. Hang on, I need to hear this.
That's a big engine.
Thank you.
Oh fuck! Yeah, hang on. I know this channel.
I know this gentleman.
Hang on. Oh no, I don't sound like fail race. Fuck you. Fail race sounds like they live in Chelsea, right? Oh yeah, so one went down to Starbucks and they only had small latte.
You just aged by 20 years.
Progressively becoming more Churchill.
Yes,
Oh
yes,
bloody
yes,
hell!
yes, yes.
Yes, what? Yeah,
Well, no, it's a
Bullseye.
thin line between Churchill and Boris Johnson.
yeah. Part of me does
that-
wish though that people like there was at least one place in England where people still spoke like it was the 1920s.
That I mean, yeah, you got the Atlantic accent, which
You die.
shut the fuck up.
Sorry, I'm American. Trying to fit in.
Hell
My
yeah,
bad.
brother.
Hell yeah, brother.
God damn it! Hell yeah, brother!
What the
Yeah.
fuck? Are you American? Are you one of us?
I mean, I
Oh,
ain't
that's-
American. What are you talking about?
That's that roleplay experience.
Exactly. This is the voice of someone that I've been doing for over 10 years now. About
I'm sorry
12
to hear
years
that.
I've had a character that talks like this, and I can
He's
just
got-
do it.
He's
You know,
got
I can-
BPD.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can just
yes.
swap into this whenever I want. So it's like muscle memory. I can just swap in between whenever I want. It's fine.
Just plain bipolar processing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I've got like three voices that I can do like without needing to sort of warm into them.
Yeah.
Well, two that I can, one that takes a little bit for me to sort of work my way into.
Hmm.
just because I've been doing this for so long.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking Lars.
No lube with that one.
Yeah, I'll show you it just
So-
in here. What this is what it looks like. Might as well just got my dev character. Actually, need go off duty because fucking hell, I am not getting people contacting me.
Oh, hi, Belle.
So,
What is going on? They're open. Benny.
3 Brits, 1 American. My
Ah,
go-to Pornhub
ah.
search.
Jesus, man. Why are you so loud this morning?
That was just
that was
maybe
quite
you
loud.
turned me up. I don't know.
I had you on 100 and I am now deaf.
Yeah, I had to turn
My
you
bad.
down.
My bad.
Oh, fuck. Head hurts. Are you on New Day? Of course
I
you're on
am,
New Day.
yeah.
That's-
Yeah, I was
that's sure.
showing.
What?
Hmm?
I'm an idiot. I'm tired.
No,
Definitely.
you're fine. Just showing what it looks like.
Definitely an idiot. Definitely tired.
Don't have any messages.
Gom's a bit EP.
no.
Yes. EP.
Yeah, so
EP.
like UI is tiny. Like that's the way like the interaction things work. So like
Yeah. All on
I wanna-
keybind.
yeah, so like the clocking is just kind of here, but it looks like this.
Okay.
So that's how things work. It's like here would be where our storage and stuff is, but I'm not clocked in, so I can't use it. Like the door, I'm in the zone, so I can mess with the door. Like parking's out in that zone, so there's just like nothing.
It's like
Visual.
Half-Life 2 style development.
It's all like trigger boxes. So like I'm in this box, so I can now mess with this door. These are all the parking spaces, so I walk into it and this is like the UI. So if I want to take out like I think this is a drift car. Let that load. Yeah. So
Sam.
Roxanne.
Alright, you're getting muted.
What? What did I do?
You know exactly what you did. Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
this
So
place.
it's
Yeah,
just a
I
TikTok song.
just did a cinematic here.
It's just a TikTok song from 2017. Surely you'd
Exactly.
be over it by now.
No,
No, he's not.
no.
He's still suffering the trauma.
Honestly, fair enough. But you know damn well there is way worse TikTok songs I could end up bringing up. Like, I don't know, every Jason Derulo song ever.
Who's that?
if I-
The
so I'll
UI
bring this
itself is
up.
just incredibly clean.
It
For
really
it be
is.
for there being so much going on.
Well, I mean, for an example, so let me make that a bit smaller because holy shit, that's going to be all over my screen now. It's down here now. So like that shows
Look
just
it
how
up.
much is not running.
Yeah.
Like all of this is turned off. So
I saw CFX Gabs in there.
yeah, we have Gabs's maps. Well, we have the license. We use some of them.
Oh.
Clean.
But like, do I have my hood pass? Like, if anyone tries to rob me, I'm good.
Hood pass.
Oh, you just have a strap on you?
Oh, he actually has a hood pass. No, go down.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I got my FDF hood pass, which is expired because FDF don't longer exist. But yeah, like I got my business card. So if anyone wants my stuff, like there's my business card.
That's
Oh,
sick.
hell yeah.
And
That's
can-
pretty fucking cool.
And then, like it says there, if they press 8, it will suggest it as a contact to the phone, and it will come up in here on the phone, and they can add me.
Fucking hell yeah.
That's sweet.
Like the full banking, like it's all here. Like we've got all of that.
$1?
There's like that calendar I was talking about. It's like all
This
the
is
events going on.
$7.
I said get yourself something nice, not something expensive.
So we got
It's actually got download time.
Apps? Fuck.
yeah, got apps. So there's a few that like I don't have, but like so we've got different news outlets, and it loads their websites, so I can sit and read like breaking news. So I can now read.
What is this
in-game.
like in-server news?
Yeah, we have 3 in-server news companies that you can read. So this was someone who got shot while they were leaving a court case, like a defendant. So like a suspect was being charged with a bunch of stuff, and as they were leaving, someone was in the public lobby and shot them and killed them.
Yo, this shit detailed.
So it's like, you know, there's the quote from their defense counsel.
Dalton.
We've got like
Of course, it's Dalton.
You're watching Weasel News.
Oh my god, it's like.
Hello, I'm Maxine
This
Finch,
is
reporting
crazy.
live from Pillbox Medical Center near Intergate Way, where multiple news companies are gathered here awaiting statements on the current status of 24-CM-34. San Andreas, State of San Andreas versus Joshua Evans.
Not Joshua
So-
Evans.
for not Joshua Evans. I mean, he was wanted for 16, like a bunch of stuff, but one of them was 16 times aggravated first-degree murder.
Free Joshua
Me
Evans
for
till
real.
it's backwards.
Me
I
for
mean,
real.
he's dead. He's dead now.
Yeah, I
Bring him
knew
till it's
that.
backwards.
Yeah, I
We've
knew
also got,
that. What's a 5M server?
We've also got this here, which lets you add Google sheets. So, like, if you have a Google form that you need to keep filling in, you can add it to your phone, so you don't have to keep tabbing out for it. Stupid little things. Lawyers, so we've got like diatribes.
I know it's all
useless
stuff that comes in
news.
handy in that one situation that really just puts you into the immersion.
Like, you don't need to tab out for it, no. But like all the systems, so like so we have E for everything or G for everything else. So like it's all just in here, like really quick to find.
Oh,
so,
like a BeamNG menu.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. So like I can do my vehicle controls in here.
Just
if
like
I want to do
BeamNG?
it that way. Or you can do like /command, so you can bind them to a stream deck. There's no extras on this one.
The MMT stream has just been hijacked for some promo, and I'm not even mad.
Yeah, I can. So we got like our settings here. So mess with like your radio volume. You can put the /me's on like 3D text on the person or in the chat. You can show people's statuses. I can put a status on my character that goes like, you notice that so and so, you know, looks sweaty because you can't actually see that in game. You know.
Nah, we need a script for that. Trust.
Change what kind of emote you use when you use a radio. Show an ID. Like you can change what blips are on the map for what you want to see and don't want to see. All kinds of things.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. So I got a fairly
Oh.
clean.
Time to edge max in UDRP.
Exactly. I'm about to start gooning.
Won't use that term. Scary.
I'll use whatever terms I want.
Oh, fight.
You ever heard of a Russian flashbang? MMT got it.
MMT, you called the flashbang?
No, have you never heard of a Russian flashbang?
No.
Me
Google
no.
it. Google it.
I'm
Dom.
okay.
Goo 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 goo.
Goo goo gaga.
I knew
Gaga.
you were gonna do that. Goo goo gaga.
Yeah, MMT, my turn to hijack your stream.
Yeah. What
With some
projects do you have
awesome
to show us
driving.
today?
Oh,
Yeah, these
I
are just the
wanted-
commercials. Trust.
I just wanted to show off the Viv-Ass, because I really like the config. That's all.
That's good for you, isn't it? At least you're happy.
At least you have a PC that can run Beam.
I have a PC that can run anything.
Yeah, go on.
Oh yeah, I forgot
I
Mr.
would play Beam.
Moneybags.
You know, I would play Beam with you, but it's a shame.
This thing has a Subaru engine. Oh shit, I don't know what gear I'm in. I'm in fourth.
There we go. Small engine.
And we've got realistic car prices. Finally, the
Yeah.
GTA
This
is
one's working,
not
yeah.
broken.
I'm actually gonna buy an Asterope anyway because I want a drift kit. Just checking how much it was. I can remember, even though I added it. I can't remember how much it was. 36k. Yeah, we do. We have like multiple dealers that are different price brackets and specialities. So like PDM is your mid-range, and also the tuner cars. Mosley's is cheap cars and muscles. The Benefactor dealer is all the expensive stuff and all the Benefactor brand.
Yeah.
And then we have one up in Sandy which does off-roaders and pickup trucks. Then we have a place up in Grapeseed that sells all the motorcycles. A place that sells commercial vehicles. A place that sells boats. A place that sells planes. So like here is you're kind of up to like 100 to 150k depending what it is.
Yeah.
And like the more sort of premium-y
The
kind of cars
stretch.
that Yeah. We've got Vincent's, VSTRs, we've got so much shit in here. There's SG3s. Gonna buy that GZ actually. Buy from this
Anyway,
dude.
would you like to have a look at the engine bay real quick?
Yeah, I've got it up on my other screen.
How you liking it?
Ooh. The little tiny four-pot.
Yeah. That's pretty much the engine bay done.
Nice.
We've got everything done other than the interior now.
Big ass eyes.
Shut the fuck up, alright? It's cute.
Oh, look
It's
at.
also fried out of its
Oh, fuck.
mind. That's why it's called the Zaza.
Oh, sir.
Shut up. Shut up, gone.
I sent you a video. In DMs. I think
Everyone
you'd
fish
fuck with
reacting.
it. No, I think you'd like it.
Fish react.
Go look at it. Trust me. Don't play audio. Don't play audio. Mute your OBS stream audio.
Sorry, I was looking at what Torgy said in the Gas Revolution chat. Is
Yeah,
that
mute your...
is that okay? Let me mute it real quick. Say bye bye.
We say
Bye.
bye bye.
Yeah. No. Oh, I can't hear it because of. I need to. You guys will hear it through the through my TV. Fuck yeah. This shit go hard. Oh, I found the name for that style recently. I don't know if I sent it to you.
Sir, give your stream context again.
Oh yeah. So
Wait, no. Computer audio first.
what?
You switched your computer speakers.
What? Oh yeah.
You switched your...
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry. So I have to go on Insta real quick, you guys.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say don't go there.
What up? Hang on, what have I missed? I was buying a car.
Something
It's called C5, or it's called E5 C4 P3.
I honestly have no clue what these two are waffling about either.
I don't know. Also, I forgot how fucked the Astro GZ's headlights are.
Yeah, they're a bit.
Well, that's what we were talking about. We were waffling about Astro GZ. Couple
Yeah.
of them.
Oh, the rear lights are fine.
Basically, there's this style. You know, we were talking about C style earlier.
Yeah.
That style has actually got its own name, like of car, called E3 C4 P3.
CP3L.
What?
Which I'm not quite sure why it's called that, but that's just the name of the style.
What
Right.
in the Enigma code?
It's not for a car, it's for a style of like modifications. It's like Japanese or Euro cars with no liveries or barely any decals that are stanced statically and are majorly inspired by like the late 90s style, like late 90s Japanese style.
I'm gonna.
What,
sit
like the
here.
Wangan Midnight kind of scene?
Like that, but more
Or-
the stance,
There
but
we
more
go.
mixed with the stance era.
Here you go. Is the truck in action?
Hell yeah.
See, I got the extended.
Hell
bed on it.
yeah, brother.
So, because I just got him to pick up my car, because I can't be asked to come back to get it.
Yeah.
Turn your lights on. You
Oh golly, my flatbed looks so good.
No.
My flatbed looks so good, MMT.
That's actually not your flatbed anymore.
My flatbed
No,
looks so good.
he changed a bunch of stuff. Like he changed the entire flatbed.
My flatbed's so good, MMT.
Yeah, your flatbed is so good, so's mine.
That was so funny. It's just like, hang on a minute.
Wait a minute.
Like, how ironic. Yeah, so like, yeah, it's now going to go to the impound. Oh, is it also kind of weird that one of our gameplay devs made the weather so that it emulates proper California weather patterns?
That's cool.
That's crazy.
It actually reads the data for the California weather forecast and matches the temperatures and somewhat matches the actual weather patterns. So it tends to rain only as much as it actually would rain in California, like on average. Obviously, I know they go through droughts and shit, but
That's cool.
we even have Google Maps.
Alright, interior time. What interior would you like in this? Like, what dashboard from GTA?
Shitboxy 90s interior. That's
I'm not
all we
talking
need.
to you. Fucking hell, I'm talking to Sir. Shut up.
If you give me a second to when I go back to the let me go back to the office because then I can just spawn cars and have a look.
Yeah.
So let me go take this back because I'm also gonna because this is a dev character. Guess who doesn't have to pay for upgrades on their car?
You.
I guess you can also kind of see how the driving is as well. Like this is much heavier than normal.
Yeah, it feels boaty. Even though it's not, it's actually just what normal handlings would feel like. But it feels boaty for GTA.
Yeah, like it doesn't respond like super quick.
I just crashed into a tree at 200 miles an hour. I'm not getting into that car.
Me when I
At
get
least
into
I'm
an
not getting,
Argento.
at least I'm not getting shot out of my business today. Let me check. Are these headlights really? Yeah, I fucking hate these headlights. Why are they so shit? Like, what is going on with this? Is that broken, or is that broken, or is it me?
What?
The headlights on the GZ.
Yeah, what
They don't
about
look
them
right.
though?
It's only the backing.
The backing's only there. What's
Oh.
going on with that? Are they? I haven't noticed that. Is this a thing I need to now fix? Oh, door's locked.
Just how transparent the headlights are. Yeah.
You can't see the light textures. That's fucked.
That's
I
not a
can make
problem.
I can
my
make an
game.
updated texture for you if you want.
No, I'll load that up in ZModeler because that's weird. That might be a material hierarchy thing. Anyway, irrelevant. I'll look at that later. Let me
I
flick
doubt
through
it
a
because it
couple
works
of-
with the lights on.
Yeah, but I don't know why there's no
It's
like
the
missing.
opacity of the material itself. It's like maybe like 10%.
It's just
So
fucked.
bad.
Let's have a look at like an ASBO. What does this look like inside? Wait, honestly, probably just something shitty like that. To be honest.
Yeah, it's a little bit
I'm
too
not sh-
premium.
Yeah.
That's what I put in the. That's what I put in the turtle as well.
ASIA?
What does this use? That's not
Use-
bad.
Check the ASIA.
I can't use
Yeah.
that dashboard because it's off of a mod.
Yeah, I know. I was just
Even
sort of
if it is
looking at
Stu's.
what- Yeah, what's the essays? That's not bad actually. Yeah, that's not too bad. The essayers one.
Yeah, you want that? Or do you want to keep looking?
Just trying to think of other. I'm just thinking of like kind of. What does the fuck? No, forgetting. There's so many cards. I can't remember any of them. Oh fuck the. What's Kanji use? No, it's that kind of weird.
290s.
The essay, yeah, the essay is probably not a bad shout. It's
Okay.
very basic. It just does the job, which is kind of what the K12 did.
Cool.
Yeah, that's fine. Also, I need food. Do I have any food? I don't have any food.
You really are a good American.
Yeah, I mean, I can
Alright.
also do this.
A
Give me a
handgun, a
give me a
radio, and a
second.
lighter.
Give me a
Two
second.
handguns.
I will be back in a
Two
minute.
handguns.
You guys have got the stage. Please don't say anything racist.
Nah.
Oh, calm.
So I'm trying to.
More than likely just the textures, opacity. That's the biggest
Yeah.
Oh
problem
wait,
I
there's
realized.
two.
Yeah, it's got extra lights, which is then it
Oh,
looks
that.
it looks wrong like that because it's like, hang on, what's wrong here? And then you realize, oh, okay. Hang on, does it? Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, I think that's why it looks weird because yeah, the textures are fucked, so you can't see them. The back's the same. What's going on with that?
Well, I'm gonna load it up. I think it might be your interior. Outside?
No, it's the same. Well, it's kind of is. It's just like it looks like they're tinted. Like
With car?
inside. I think it's because they're out of the light in here. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like they're tinted at the back. That's kind of weird.
Check the
don't know.
fronts outside. The front look outside.
That's weird. What the fuck is going on in here?
Yeah, it's the interior.
That makes no Never seen that before.
Hmm.
We do cars in here all the time.
I want to stop.
So tempted to spectate people.
Oh.
Bloop. Yeah, fuck it. Who needs an LSC when you can do this? I mean, we also have things that like LSCs don't tend to do too much, like, you know, being able to mess with the car while you're in the menu. What do I want for spec? That sounds fine. Oh yeah, this
So what?
is.
So what build are we
Hmm?
thinking for the Asteropia?
I mean, isn't if I remember right, this is the one that has the missing bumper, isn't it? Like the lost bumper that never was to be. Was that this?
Yeah.
Yeah, the bumper that's like the LOD 1 is the bumper, but the LOD 0 is
Uh-huh.
missing.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly like I tend to go fairly stock. Oh, my Anis Roxanne has been impounded by public work. That's a shame. I mean, to be honest, this
Oh
thing doesn't
no.
really have too much anyway. Like, it's got the flared stuff, but I think that's oh god. Yeah, I'm in an interior. Thank you. There we go. Like, I kind of keep it fairly standard looking when I do drift cars because I'm gonna crash them.
Fuck yeah.
I should have parked this somewhere else. I had a bit more room.
Is there like a maximum amount of cars you can have?
In your garage?
Yes.
No.
Mm.
On here, no. You can have as many as you can buy. We used to have it at 20, and then we're like, nah, fuck it, and people just buy as many as they want. So if you want 100 Ventosos, go right ahead. Enjoy your app being very slow to load up the info for that many cars. But yeah, no, people have tons of cars. We don't really stop people.
I think I might take you up on that suggestion.
What, for 100 Ventosos?
Yeah.
That would cost you 50k.
For 100 of them.
My math is correct. Yeah.
So they're like $500 each.
Yes.
Damn.
On the first day that we added them, there was 150 sold in 24 hours.
Imagine if that was all just one guy.
The place that was selling them got sick and tired of it. They were like, "Can you please fuck off and stop buying these?" Because every single one that they buy, if it's a player there, they have to go through like the system to submit the invoice. Whereas if there's no players, you can still buy cars, but you get charged 10% more for not role playing. So you get charged like a back order fee or something like that, however we want to call it. So yeah, it was very funny.
It's just a supply and demand thing, I guess.
Suspension though. Cage, we don't need no cage. Where we're going. Actually, we want seats. Yeah. I won't have this for very long anyway.
It was a missed opportunity to not have a Princess Robot bubblegum livery for the Camry.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but there's also, where's all the underhood tuning?
Good point.
Where's the flock dash and steering wheel swaps?
Rockstar.
Rajstar. They just don't care anymore.
True.
I don't even know what I'm putting on this. I'm just throwing random shit on
Those
the car.
wheels do not look Rockstar made.
No, this is that Law wheel pack that I think TGI put out.
Hello, back. I'm Oliver. Fair. You know what? I might go get a fudge caramel mocha. whilst we're at it.
Uh,
Nah, but like if someone mentions coffee, I want a coffee. Alright. Oh, will do. Thanks, Dad. Alright. Jeez. Alright, I'm getting a coffee. Jeez.
Drift kit on it.
Sleep. Tried sleeping I slept for 3 hours. I need to sleep for at least 3 more. Yeah. Wait. Heart attack. Oh, you're fine. That stuff. Allergic to caffeine. No, it's not. Horrible. I hate Uncle Just.
This isn't Uncle Just.
What? It looks exactly like Uncle Just.
No, this was Breeze.
Oh, even worse.
But it's fully unlocked, so we can do whatever we want with it, which is nice these days. Yeah, it's completely unlocked. We can do anything we want, which is great. We had we had a Lunar New Year auction here on Saturday, where this whole thing, the whole interior was done up like all with like decorations and shit. We auctioned off some random collectible for like, it went for like 800k to a jewelry dealer. It was fucking mental, and then we got shot at. We had loads of security around, and as they were trying to leave, some cars out here in the street just opened fire on the security, and we had a fucking full-on shootout, and it was like, okay. I think they want the 800k fucking item. The moment when I forgot to paint it. So I'll go. Yeah, I'm gonna go down to the docks, do some drifting down there. As many as there want to be. I mean, it depends on the time of day because it is an NA server, but we do have people on like all hours. So we've got like some early shift people who'd like to come around, you know, kind of late morning for us. So it depends on what's going on, how busy it is. But we've had like 30 on at a time for certain things, but it tends to be a decent average. I'll send you on.
Ah. My bad. Oh my god. The za got me thinking about tragedies that haven't even happened yet. March 3rd, 2024. Damn. That was posted November 13th, 2022. That's gonna be terrifying if something happens on the 3rd. Something just happened. I breathed. I breathed. Breath? Breast.
Not
5
sure.
hours.
3 hours, about 3, yeah.
What? Yeah, that's what I was like 3 a.m. What? What? Oh, okay. I thought it said 3:06 a.m. This says 4 to 5 hours. I heard. They're good guys. I trust them. They proceed to do something horrible. No. Eh.
No, it's like place your bets on what the final poly count will be. Yeah, I was gonna say 60.
But I just need to come in here real quick and just show you something I'm empty. What? Oh. Is this a little dense? A little? This is where I'm coming up with. This is where I'm coming up with. Yeah. No. 44K. This is 44K. I know. I know. It's because I did bevels and subdiv like an idiot, and I didn't have a save before that because this project was never going to go anywhere. But now I'm finishing it, so I just got to deal with the poly count being high. Anyway, now we've had a little giggle. Back to work. Back to work. Who? Guy with like 9 fingers? Cool. I'm so glad I watched that. I would not have gotten that reference. I've watched it like a few months ago for the first time. Good movie. He's a psycho. Alright. I'm gonna. I do too. I'm gonna go to bed now. Yeah, I'll be back in 3 hours. Bye.
Benefactor is open. Come and get your luxury vehicles here. Turismo Amaggio. Hmm. Yeah, it's one for. Yeah, people have asked for like because as much as I have mixed opinions on wide bodies. Sometimes they look good, other times it's like why. Um, people always like wide body insert car here, and I'm like, well, it doesn't exist, and like it probably won't. So if it was like, for example, if someone goes wide body Astrope GZ, please, like then yeah, stuff like that we've thought about whether we'd reach out to like like Gom or you, people that have made them and make that sort of stuff. Um, yeah, just like alternatives. Yeah, stuff like that. I think at the moment, yeah, it's pretty much like it's trying to gauge what people want because it's something where if people,
Alright, I have my coffee now, MMT. Are you happy? Sorry.
yeah, if there was enough people like wanting, I don't know, a wide body. I'm trying to think what the one was that a lot of people keep going on about wanting. Fuck. Blah, blah. I can't remember. It will come to me in a bit. Where the racing scene always bang on about a wide body of this car, and I can remember which car it is. Probably because I don't pay attention to them that much. No, I think it was. Oh, I know I know for sure everyone bangs on about a wide body of the RHA-X, but that's obviously pigs. Um, so like a wide body version of that, which I know it's pretty much a facelift of the base car with a much better sound that's more accurate. But like if they were fine with it, a wide body of the RHA-X, if I went to the racing scene and said, hey, there's someone that's willing to make one, and this is how much they want for the commission, they would be like, take my money. So stuff like that. It's just being sort of tactical because we don't want to put something in when only two people ask for it because it's like, well, that's just not worth it. If it's, but then it's also, yeah, like we are being more picky than we used to be with what we add because while the limit for like files is so high, it's just like we already have an insane number of cars already, and we have added things where only like one person owns it, but we added it because we wanted to see it available or in the traffic pool because we have a custom pop group with stuff in there. Like it's never going to be fucking Skyster stuff, but we can't do 10.0 variety. We're stuck with the base values, so we can't make it more. But you'll see Tauroses and RH7s and all sorts of stuff floating about in traffic. So sometimes we've added something and it's like, yeah, maybe 4 people will ever buy this, but it shows up in traffic, so people will drive it because they'll steal it for chop or to get around. So it's fine. And it's cool to see. So, um, yeah. And, mm, yeah, we've got, so I open occasionally there's a channel that a topic on the forums where people can paste in links to mods that they'd like to see on the server, and then we compile it all, and then we flick through going, do we have perms? Is it actually a good quality mod, or is it kind of like there's just issues with it, or it's old and it's just like no? Or is it something where this isn't different enough to warrant adding it? Like this is basically a slight difference on a Tempesta. Like yes, it's a Tempesta, but it's got the roof taken off. meh. It's not worth a whole car getting added just for that. So that 2 people can buy it. Just go buy a Tempesta. So yeah, it's difficult to gauge because the pool of people is so big. At the moment, the biggest thing that we lack, and it's why I reach out to Lapan a lot, is bikes because of the MCs. And the problem with bikes is Rockstar don't ever make them, and like Lapan makes bikes, and I bring in the ones that are like, you know, feasible for me to tidy up, but they also lack like mod parts. You can't change anything like you can on, say, like an Avarice, where you can change loads. And it's trying to explain to them like bikes are kind of a pain in the ass. Let's make bikes. Suspension rigging's fun though. Suspension rigging, like the 2D. So the 2D suspension rigging, like the textured springs, I can rig those. I've rigged them before. Like I know how to do it. And I do 3D. I haven't had a stab at yet, but at some point I'm probably going to, because a couple of Lapan bikes that have 3D springs. But I would need to find an example of 3D springs that are pre-rigged, run them up in ZModeler and look at the weight paint and just kind of see, okay, how are these actually painted? Like, how does this look? So I kind of know what they're doing. But in terms of the OG 2D springs, yeah, I can rig them. I've fixed a few things for that. Like there's a S key R that Lapan made that's really nice, but it had 2D springs and they weren't rigged, obviously. So it was like really jarring. So yeah, I do actually. No one's down here. I can pretend that I have one in storage here because this is a parking place. So yeah, I totally have a SKR parked here, like this.
Oh, that is sexy.
So yeah, so like I rigged the springs on this. Let me just it's fine. It's a dev character. It doesn't matter. Yeah, so like these are actually properly rigged. Oh, what, down there? Yeah, this is actually an Uncle Just placement of this track, where they put the door on the wrong fucking way. Yeah, like no mods, but like this is just a nice modern sort of like crosser compo kind of. But I mean, like motor compo or whatever they call them. Not motor compos. Motocross, like kind of, yeah, like the road versions. I don't know, the Foon would know. He's a biker. I'm not. But yeah, like getting these springs to be actually rigged up. Yeah, we got a few things from him, but I'll go back to the. So what I can do is. I can just go back to the office and spawn them in there.
Let me check.
Where's
Nope,
my?
no one.
There we go. Let's go back to the office.
That's fair.
So we've also got like this. Like there's some where they're basically just debadgy things. So like, but at the time there was nothing else. So we got like this. Did I rig that? No, it's like this isn't rigged, but it doesn't move that much, so it's not too jarring. Let me have a look on my list of vehicles. Let's have my database of everything we've ever added. Keep track of all their stats and prices. Motorcycles, what do we have? So... Thinking.
Oh, I like that.
I don't know, I mean, this is just something he had in his pack and I added it because it's funny. Also got the Ventoso, because the Ventoso. The Fracas is on here. Oh, yeah, this is one that I recently added in from him. I think it was BRT. Is this you? Is this Lapans? So this is
Ooh.
Lapans. Yeah, this is Lapans. Yeah, so we got that.
Is it a KTM?
Yeah, it's the BRT 600. So yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not a bike nut, but I have been getting increasingly more interested by them recently.
Yeah, we got a bunch of like choppery sort of bikes. Some of them are like GTA 4 up ports, you know, from the IV pack and stuff. A few of them are like clearly sort of D-badge, like Harleys and Indians and stuff, but like they've got GTA textures. Like there was nothing else. Fuck it. It's just, what else are we gonna do? He did do. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, an R1. Yeah, like the light has just been swapped. Like the vents and the light are just swapped, basically.
If you look at it from the back, it's fine.
Yeah. So, but like, this is a prime example of like it's slightly missized. So I had to do a lot of like, how can I get the person to sit on this as best as possible? And like there was just little bugs with it, like the brake light was way down inside the bodywork, like it wasn't finished at all. It had no dash, yet was set up to have a dash, and just little things that needed tidying up. But also got the Batty 901 from Pig. Got DVT.
Well, if you don't take the shell off, it's like a crotch rocket in a Versace dress.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a few bits and bobs. Yeah, we try like to just get things in for people to.
I'm
Yeah.
sold.
I mean it says a lot when the mascot for the vehicle dev team is the cheese.
Oh, yes.
Like, I deliberately add this into the spawn pool of criminal activities to force people to have to drive this. So it's like,
That's
hey,
great.
you want to run money laundering? Get in the cheese. It's like a random chance that it'll give you the cheese as a car. To the point where I actually I can do that now because he said it's in. I made it perfect. Is this the right top? Yes, it is. Oh no, it's the. You gotta find the right T-shirt. So
That's a lot of fucking clothing.
Yeah, it is. I've got to find the T-shirt that it should be under. Oh, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 that do modeling, LODs, and edits and fixes. 5. Actually, no, there's 5. And then we've got an army of texturers who have their own law, like in-game branding. Like, yeah, like Schmuck is one of the guys who does textures. Like, yeah, Schmuck clothing. So
I like that.
we got like Schmuck, Infamous. There's a few others. I keep forgetting their names. I'm terrible. Oh yeah, just Schmuck. Yeah. Got to find this T-shirt. I don't think it's this far in. No, it's definitely not. Great thing is I can just scroll wheel. Yeah, we've been like slowly purging any stuff that's slipped through with like a brand on it. They're slowly going through and getting rid of it because it's just there's so much crap over time that's been added in. But yeah, like with here,
Forklift certified. That's crazy.
Yeah, these are like business clothes. So this is actually an MC, Black Lotus MC. Been around for 3 years. We've got like these are all various, like the hub. That's like a gamer bar. Noodle Exchange as a restaurant, so they get all like these clothing for their staff to wear. So like we've got a hoodie and a like for us, so we're Night Imports and Logistics. That's the dev business for the the vehicle dev team. So we got our own clothing brand, like clothing for it. This motherfucker told me what t-shirt it was, and I bet that I'm not gonna be able to find it. No, this is fucking Omar, you prick. Where is this t-shirt? That's the whitelisted clothing. So it skips them all. I know which t-shirt it is, but I can't find it in this list. Is it this one? But they changed. No, that's all Weasel News and shit. It's gonna annoy me because I know the t-shirt. It's been in here for ages. Unless now will be the time when they've removed it. Oh yeah, these are ones with designer stuff on them. So I think yes, we got Grayson, Schmuck, Mint. There's probably a few others. Yes, fucking Scourge is another one. And then yeah, like the dev team, like the company for the clothing devs is called Original Clothing. So like, yeah. So you get loads of stuff that is branded like OC or Original Clothing. Fucking Grayson. There we go. Perfect. That's all I need. Fuck. Where is this t-shirt? Here we
I'll
go.
tell you what, MMT. That Lil Yachty song you showed me is really growing on me.
There we go. I got a hijack cheese t-shirt made.
Yes. Rep the team.
I said to the guy, I was like, I want a t-shirt that has the cheese on it.
Wait, was
'Cause
that
everyone...
a Dropkick Murphy? Sorry, was that a Dropkick Murphy shirt? Are you allowed bands and stuff?
So here's the thing. Me personally, no. But then people argue, but that it's on the radio. And
Yeah.
is because... And also, Dr. Dre exists in the game. So it's like they've bridged that gap. They've done it many times. So yeah, because they don't use original music. So yeah, we have like Black Flag and all these. Like, I personally am a little bit like, it's the grey area where if it means that if the clothing team will get rid of all of the Fila and Nike shit, I'm okay to let them keep this. And it also allows a bit more like freedom for things. And I'm guilty because I asked for a t-shirt, and I think it's... Which t-shirt did I get it on? Might be on this one. This is one of these t-shirts. Yeah, I got an Architects t-shirt put in.
Fair.
So I'm guilty of it. I was like, can I have an Architects t-shirt? So yeah, it adds expression. Like we have the server's also something that's kind of unique, is it's very LGBT friendly. We have a clothing dev who is solely focused on inclusivity. So we have like prosthetics. We have also things to allow transgender characters. So there's female clothing that fits the male model and male clothing that fits the female model. So people can do that. They've also added things like scarring and binders to if they want a role players having surgery. And we also allow all that stuff. So that's also something that kind of sets us out a little bit, is that we have someone who specifically makes stuff for that. So like if I go to the end, so you got like a lot more sort of out there sort of clothing and expressive stuff that people can wear. So
I'm
yeah,
probably just gonna spend 5 hours on this server just making characters.
yeah. I mean, yeah. If someone goes through the like they roleplay an injury of them losing an arm, you can get your character whitelisted and go through the steps with the hospital to get a prosthetic arm for you. For the see, I'm gonna rep my hijack t-shirt.
Wrap the cheese.
Yeah, rep the cheese. I mean, I fucking earned this. I got this for getting officer. So there we go, repping it. Yeah, there's in loads of stuff like that. Obviously, we do all our Pride stuff as well. Like we do massive Pride events, like huge festivals and shit. And it's like we're very big on like the inclusivity and representation, where some people might call it like militant, but it's like we want people to feel safe here. In that someone was making jokes about women drivers, they got fucking reamed by people. They were like, "The fuck is like no, like come on." Like just little things. It's like it's not necessary. Like people, we've got such a ridiculously diverse community of people from all. We want them to feel like they're represented, and that they can be. So we like you could. There's a stand in Legion Square where you can go buy like little pride flags that you can like dance with and shit. And like I think there's a video somewhere of me and the other vehicle devs at the Pride event last year with fucking rainbow flag capes doing the robot dance. Like none of us are in that community, but it was the funniest shit. It was so good.
I don't want this question to be taken the wrong way, right? But
God, you're so bigoted. No, go for it.
I feel like it's kind of a gray area. But what if like you want to roleplay accurately? Like, let's say you want to roleplay as a Southerner.
Yep.
And Southerners often have like transphobic and racist views, but that's not who you are. That's just how you're portraying the roleplay.
Not allowed.
What's like the stance on that? If you want to roleplay accurately, even if it has some questionable views, if you don't stand by them,
you don't. Basically, it's so you can. It's pretty much anything that like would marginalize people. That so like any kind of race, racist or phobic is just no. Yeah, it's basically no. So like you might have someone. So we've got people that play on the server that are like very strict Catholics. Their belief is that obviously they don't agree with things like same-sex marriages and relationships and all that stuff. But it's basically like that's absolutely fine. Like you can have that opinion, but keep it there. Like that's it. Like So if you're playing a character that's Southern, just leave it out. Just be a redneck, but just leave that out of it. Is basically how it goes, because it's just like while a lot of people in the South have that opinion, the majority of the Western world disagree with it because we're becoming more liberal. Obviously as time goes on, and it's how the server is. More progressive,
Yeah.
like liberal and progressive. Yeah, we're becoming more open and accepting as a Western culture over time. So we want to be a space where if someone is gay or transgender or anything else, they can feel like they're welcome and safe, and they can enjoy the server and express themselves and not be prejudiced against any of it.
Yeah, I didn't want that question. I didn't want that question to be taken as, oh yeah,
That's
I
you.
want to be
No.
racist in my server, but I'm just
No,
gonna
no.
deny it. But
No.
I meant it more in a sense of like,
How do we deal
is
with
it
it?
progression, safety over immersion? I guess is the question.
Yeah, obviously, like you can play a hick redneck character and like people. It's the line of like Joe. It's a fine line between making like a so you couldn't play like a redneck hick that goes and beats up people that are gay, because that's just no, because that can be really upsetting for a lot of people, because that actually happens, and this is supposed to be a place to have fun, and like so, but then you will get people that will go like the British will take the piss out of each other because someone's from Liverpool.
Yeah, I do that IRL. I can't really like.
Yeah,
can't
so
really
that
deny
that sort
one.
of thing, that sort of thing's okay. But when it comes to like sexism jokes or phobic jokes or racist jokes and comments and things like that, it's just like no, it's just not needed. There's enough of that shit outside. Yeah, it just what does it add? Nothing really. It doesn't add anything. Yeah, so it's like we don't allow people to reference COVID because the way the law is that COVID in this world is it's done and dusted. Everyone's vaccinated. It's just don't bring it up. You know, like because COVID was a horrible time for a lot of people. It's like don't just leave it. You know, like it's not going to add anything by bringing it into things. You can bring in other illnesses and stuff like that, but you can't really go around saying I've got COVID and cough on people. It's like no, come on, like people, especially when we first launched, joined to get the fuck away from COVID because we were in the middle of a COVID lockdown at the time. So
Yeah.
yeah, it, so yeah, I mean that's kind of how we go with things, and some people don't like that, and that's their opinion. They can go to somewhere that does allow for you know um that sort of thing to happen. But for us, where especially the staff
No
team we
pixel.
have, sure, like I mean, I'm sure other places do it, but every June we do tons of pride events and all this. Like we let that side of the community, we do like a huge parade. You'll get the public works trucks all get rainbow painted up, and we'll get huge map edits done. We'll get like flags put up in Legion Square and stuff, and it's like, yeah, fuck it. We do it for breast cancer awareness. All the ambulances get pink stripes on them and stuff.
Hmm.
All that kind of thing. Like we try and do it because we
As
want
a,
this to.
sorry,
No, go on.
sorry. I was just like, as a gay man myself, I'm not really a fan of the like commercialization of Pride Month,
No. Oh
where
fuck
it's
no.
just every company just plasters rainbows everywhere to get more money. But I like that you're doing it in a virtual environment where you don't need to. You don't need to represent that, but you still do, and I can respect that.
Well, I mean, I can go. So right now, if someone wanted to, they can go download some stuff to this little stand here, which stays here all the time. And if I line myself up right, maybe they can buy themselves a bunch of flags, little fans. So then, if I buy,
That's a sweet touch.
so if I buy a left one and a right one, so let's say I want to buy these two. I don't know. So I buy those and go back to my office. No one sees I'm here. The joys of no clip. And then I use them. Put in my left hand. And now I can walk around and see. Yeah, so I can put these in my hand. And then I can do like. People do this shit.
Yo,
You know.
he hit it with it.
Yeah.
MMT, man.
Never going to give you up.
Oh yes, I need that.
Yeah, so we yeah, all little things like that. Places, get the flag put outside their business and things. It's just like, sure, like you want that. Our staff team is very diverse. Like from the top all the way down. Like we've got people from all different places around the world, different ethnicities, backgrounds, sexualities, identifications, whatever. And it's like we all work together as one massive team to keep this server running for almost 3 years. There's no reason why we shouldn't let the community be able to express who they are or who they want their characters to be. Um, you know, as much as exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, it's and representation, and it's like, you know, it's great to do and to do those things for people, where it may otherwise be, like other places that are very much more, not gonna say conservative, but they don't represent it, or they just don't really think to care about it so much.
Yeah.
Like they just kind of don't really bring it in. Because some places do want to go for that pure immersion where you are going to get people running around shouting the N word and being racist and all this other stuff. And it's like, if that's what you're going for, and like that's what the community is here, and they're like, they want that kind of quote unquote reality, that's
They
fine.
want Florida, basically, is what they want.
Yeah, if you want Florida, then you want Florida. We're not doing that.
Yeah, true. True.
Like,
Sounds like an Xbox 360 Modern Warfare 2 lobby.
oh, don't! I can hear the 360 mic already. Yeah, like there you go. Like for example, like Noodle Exchange. There you go. They got a couple of pride flags outside.
I love the old voice clips of just British people shouting over Xbox 360
Yeah.
party. I
Mate,
tell you what, you fat.
I'll fucking shag your mum, mate. You better fuck off.
Oh, my
Yeah.
favourite is come down to Smethwick and ask for Daddy G. I'll come out my ass and I'll break your fucking legs, mate. Oh, it's a
Yeah.
classic.
It's so good. I'm actually going to spectate some people. Let's see what people are up to. Spectate.
Have you just got that on repeat?
What are you people up to?
Oh yeah, it's that beat for me. That beat just hits. Imagine listening to that whilst driving a GTA.
Nope, that person is somewhere that I can't get to them. My favourite game on this is pick the person with the weirdest Steam name.
Hoover.
Yeah, Hoover. I don't know who Hoover is.
Hoover.
I couldn't get to them, so Casper
Squidiot, that's a good one.
Yeah, Kedders. What are they? You know, I can't get to Kedders. So usually, if they're not loaded in, or if they're in like a weird spot, it just doesn't let me go to the spectate. Like I know I can't spectate myself. Let's go down to the bottom. So Prometheus, Tux, Power, Dinkle D. That's a great name.
Redbeard or Gravy. There's
What's
someone just
Redbeard up
called
to?
Gravy. Speaking of rednecks,
Why? Oh, this is in. Oh, I thought this was the Cluckenbell factory. No, this is the Safa. This is their little changing room they have in for the Flight Authority.